Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. It is the Access coming to the children of the metaverse with a observation, a recent observation that has definitely opened a realm of possibility that I would like to share with you guys. There's a, a statement, a passage, a bit of philosophy or information that states that we are at war with principalities and not flesh and blood. And I got to thinking about principalities and not flesh and blood. And I come up with a real interesting perspective on this. Principality is influence, and influence creates a narrative, and your energy placed into that narrative brings it into, I guess, what you would call reality or this plane of existence as a tangible thing. So I took a venture into discarding influence, outside influence, which took a lot of internal work, and applied myself to no narrative, to observe the influence that's being projected, the principality. And I realized that it's a spell. It's a spell being cast. The principality is the influence that creates the narrative of cause and effect that you create through your participation in the narrative, whether it be vicariously or directly, to manifest the spell. And thus, here we are. I'm sorry. Welcome, welcome. Can you hear me? I I can't. Oh, I think we lost it. Hmm. Yeah, it's manifestation is what it is. Um, I hate that I lost my guess. It's kind of a bummer. But yeah, it's manifestation. They'll set, and they've learned that they can use human energy, which is we project. Um, okay, got my guess. Hello, hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Axis?
Oh, pretty good. Good to hear from you. How are you?
Good, good. You doing okay?
Um, a little, yeah. Actually, I don't want to. I don't want to bring anything negative towards me. I've had enough of that already this season. So, yeah, I'm trying my best to be the best that I can be.
Excellent. I thought I'd join you for this cool topic. So, yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, what I learned was I was looking into what principality is, and I know a lot of people take the perspective that well, principality is the air, or kind of like prince of the air, and it comes through frequencies of Wi-Fi and cellular signals and 5G and whatnot. But I really took a look at what that truly consisted of, and it's influence, it's narrative, and they use media, which is a medium through the air with signals, and they set the narrative and use our energy to manifest their spell. And it's now that I understand a lot more about fear porn and why the media keeps people afraid, because that is a high, intense level of energy that is being propagated from each human to create that particular narrative or spell. It's spell casting, and that was my determination from my understanding of how principality sets the narrative. The narrative sets in motion the energy that's needed to manifest the spell. So if it's anything outside of your influence, then you're being influenced by and adding energy to someone else's narrative. What's your thoughts on that?
Yes, I envision what you're saying, and I would add to it and describe it this way. Um, it's called spelling because what, like you said, all they're doing is setting a narrative. In other words, they are putting out an idea. They are saying some words, okay? The words that they say, they are aware that those words are relative to each of us individually. And we will take those words and we will manifest them into reality. And the way that we do that is by belief. We believe in them, the word. But in order for us to believe in the words the way that they want us to, they seed us with information, or that's an additional part of their spelling. Meaning they tell us when you hear these words, that's what they mean. This is what you should think. This is what you should do. And those of us who identify or attach with those words in the way that we are programmed or spelled, you can see how different words mean something different to someone else, and they will react in a certain way. And because we have been programmed for so long, we are predictable. And so the principalities, the ones who are aware um, of how the system, the energies work, can capitalize off of this understanding and tell us how to think, put out the correct words that will trigger us to react the way they want us to, and buy their product or go down in a direction they're telling us to go, follow them. But I also want to say that we should not fall into the perception deception because that's what it's about. It's about
And I
them
understand
controlling
that
our
now.
perception. That's right. Because the reality is that we do the exact same thing that they are doing all the time. That's how
With
we
prayer,
create. That's right.
um,
That's how we
I don't mean
create
to
our
interrupt you,
reality.
but yeah, prayer, um, visualized manifestation, um, even what I do is influencing the field. These are all types of manifesting spells. Go ahead, please.
I'll just wrap it up quickly and say that, yeah, we do it as well. And I think that the trickery that occurs is because our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. We don't understand. We don't want to apply ourselves. Some of us enjoy being sheeple, and so we want to follow. But all it takes is just a simple letting go of what we used to be taught and learn that in reality, every day, all day, we all make choices and we can choose to give our power to the them, the they, by going along with what they're saying, or we can choose our own way. And therefore, we don't have to fall into that perception deception that gives away our power and makes it appear that they have control over us or powers over us that they don't have unless we give them choosing.
Absolutely right. My new discipline is to avoid placing any type of um, signing off on or agreeing with or observing what their narrative influence, um, and redirecting myself to just my personal influence and understanding, what I'm able to project for myself alone. I don't want to be harvested for my energy, my biosphere, anything. I choose to keep that for myself. And I do not choose to feed into a narrative, especially one that has the implications of what they're projecting. So I had to really take a deep dive into myself and see how influenced I was. And man, talking about, you know, hidden places, I didn't realize that, my participation in this goes further than just thought. It's in what I choose to buy, It's what I choose to surround myself with. It's what I choose to ingest. It's the information I choose to hear. And then the energy I put back into it and the manifestation of that spell becomes more solidified. And when you're doing this on a medium such as the internet, radio, TV, you're persuading a mass majority into a narrative, which is basically a spell, a principality. And the more that you have behind it, the easier it is to manifest in mass whatever the projected spell, principality, or influence is. And even small things um, creep in and become influential on you. And I'm working on ways to, other than just sitting in a quiet room, isolated, which is not a bad thing, working on ways to kind of block, ignore, or discard um, projected information. Hey, Cage, what's going on, brother?
Thank you for having me, Axis. Don, hope you guys are doing well. I'm just listening.
Yeah, cool, cool. You're welcome to chime in. I know that you know that most all is mental, and that's one of your stands. And I just started dissecting and analyzing how effective and where this originated from. I did a really heavy search into. There's a reason. There is a entities or entities that have a particular objective. And if you study back, not just through Christianity and Samaria, even Oriental texts, pre Common Era Oriental texts, they all speak of creationism, um, that we were created and that there was set forth government. Each, I guess, each nation of, of humans were to be governed over. And somewhere along the line, um, we had the incident with throughout history of giants. Obviously, they have found, these skeletons and skeletal remains, and I've got a lot of genetic information on that particular subject. And so I started studying, and this is going to get kind of racist to most people, but it's not. It's just a sociological and anthropology perspective. And I'd really love some feedback on this. We lack, as white people, Caucasians, we do not have a particular amount of melanin that the majority of black-haired, brown-eyed people, which are pretty prevalent and dominant on this planet, they have melanin, and there's a common thread between them: black hair, dark eyes. And then you take the Caucasian, which makes me wonder, do the fallen or the watchers or that seed that came across with the cataclysm and re-injected itself into the world, the nations of the world, does an angel, a fallen angel, or a divine source need melanin?
Well, it's way beyond physical human shit. But how I look at it is this: it's another divide and conquer tactic. I don't give a fuck where you say you're from, where you're at. I don't care if you're white, black, purple, fucking. I don't give a fuck. Guess what? You get a paper cut. What color is it gonna bleed? Same color
Hold
there.
on.
It's
Hold
blue,
on.
and then
Let
the
me
opposite hits it, now it's red. Right? Purple. Or purple.
hit you with this, Cage, and I'd really love to hear what you have to say about this. Now, at this point in time of the game, they're building what's called the technocracy, the Internet of Things, and the transhuman experience. Now, if you are um, taken into a neural net, or your being is placed within a computer mainframe with a server farm connected to it, or even introduced to superposition outside of the physical body, transferred into whether it be a silicone medium, a qubit medium, or a engineered structured carcass, you lose the ability to identify completely male, female, black, white, Asian, Indian. It all goes away then. And not only does it go away, but your sexual identity is now no longer relevant as far as a physical persona, because you have given yourself over to this transhuman existence and world, which leaves behind what I consider to be one of the most valuable things that humans had to offer. Was by culture and by purity of culture, each one offered something incredible as far as commerce and trade, and it identified them as a people. And now that we're considered a melting pot, and we're supposed to be living in a woke society, and kind of just anything goes, basically. We've lost any individual ideal, especially in the West, not so much in certain Asian countries, the identification of a culture. And once we deliver ourselves over into transhumanism, we have completely discarded the ideal of culture identified by race. That's where I think the value of a purified, non-genetically disrupted nation holds very high significance, because they have a lot to offer culturally. And I can identify this with the Native American, who has been kind of culturally isolated from all the modern, cities and life as the average person would know it. And you have their heritage, which is beads, feathers, leather, um, art, and you can identify that that is Native American. But most other cultures have melted and blended in to the point where what truly do they have to offer that identifies their culture? And how pure is that culture? Because everybody wants to claim, oh, I'm part Native American, I'm part Native American, and they glamorize it, And I think it's because they retained and sustained the genetics of their culture. What's your thoughts on that?
Um, I was going to say that I noticed that we, each generation of humans, we have a difficult time letting go of what used to be. We always have a belief that it used to be better when it was this way. And the attachment that we create to what was, the identification of what was, and also the identification of color, hair, body type. All of these are identifications. These attachments cloud us and make it difficult for us to recognize the constant of change on this earth. And when we cannot realize the
Right.
constant of change on this earth, we miss the mark, we sin. And what the sin is that's happening is that we are allowing our minds to be distracted by the minutia, and therefore we miss the fact that we are changing, we are evolving, and we give over our perception of what's happening to someone else. We are paying attention to what they're doing. This is what they're doing. And this is why they're doing it. And all of that stuff. But what if we just be in the world and not of it? What do I mean by that? I mean, can we observe it? And can we not attach to it? Can we not get upset about what they're doing? Because when we're getting upset about what they're doing, we're not paying attention about what's happening to us. And we're not seeing that we are changing every
Thus,
day.
that's, if I can, thus the principality. If
Right,
yeah, that's you're describing the principalities and how the function of that is, and the objective of others. Truth, which
that's
is
right.
word spells, um,
That's right.
manifesting
But
spells.
yes, but who cares that they're doing that? Because guess what? We're doing it too. And so what I am proposing is that we are flowers or like flowers, okay? And does a rose get angry at the carnation because it's pink and it's not, and does the hippo get mad because it's not skinny like the flamingo? No.
Okay, well, if
So
I
what?
can, let me interject with this, and maybe we can come to an understanding. If you take a rose and you cross genetically breed it with, let's say, a dandelion or any other flower, it is no longer a pure rose, and it has not what the rose in its true nature and form has to offer. As you take any other flower, um, it itself is a representation of its identification, its genetic coding. And it's when you manipulate that genetic coding and you cross those two genetics and you create a hybrid, to me that's an impurity. And
Right.
you've got something that is almost an abomination. And I
Right.
think that was the original sin, is there was a manipulation of the genetic coding of the human species. And I think this has happened more than once.
Well, but what I'm saying is if you step back from that identification that you have right now, which is not to say that what your current belief, is wrong. All I'm
Now,
saying is
hold on. It's not a belief, it's an observation.
okay,
I'm speaking on observation here. I'm not speaking on belief.
Okay, I'll use that word observation. I can use those words interchangeable. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't mean to
because
take
it's
away from
nothing
what
I
you
can
said.
prove or solidify as fact. So it's just an
Right.
observation.
So,
Now, influence through energy and projection and thought, yes, I can prove that. But what I'm speculating on, I have no grounds to be able to prove it. So go ahead, please.
yes, but what I'm saying is if we can step back from the identification of things for a bit, just stop identifying for a moment, a pattern will appear. And the pattern that I am saying is in our world is what those that we give over our power to, they're aware of it. We are not aware of it because we're identifying with what they're telling us to identify with. How do we know we're doing it? Because look what they're doing, and we react to it. We even create words to describe it. We will even say, "Oh, this is pure. This is an abomination. This shouldn't be that way. It should be a different way." Not saying any of that is wrong, but what I'm trying to point at is that who said that pure, the word pure, is the way? Because if you step back, I find, having stepped back, that there is a pattern here of change that is not being done by a human, is not being done by man. There is a change that's happening to all of us and everything here on this earth, everything under the dome. And if we observe that, we can take away that fear that we have over what the they are doing, because I propose that the they are just giving us an idea, but they're not actually doing it. The real change that's occurring, they are not doing it. Our creator or creators are doing this, making this change. And by us choosing, we are here for a reason on this earth. And I believe it is a school for the soul. And when we realize that there's something else going on and step back from the constant identification with all the change that's happening, we will realize that we cannot control this change that's happening and we don't have to worry about that. But instead, we will see that there's an energy flow attached to our souls. And that's what I wanted to point out.
I think, as a perspective, that there was a a cognizant um, approach to muddying the water. I think culturally identifying and the value of the culture is something that is singular to that nation or that individual genetic strain. And I think that the minute that that genetic strain was muddied, then began um, kind of like what I want to consider to be uh, the narrative. The narrative fell in place at that point in time instead of the harmony, the natural state, the harmonic state of being natural to this particular planet and whatever span of life that you have. But when you pollute or you diversify genetics, then you create something that was not natural to itself and to the beginning of what we consider creation. I consider myself a created being living in a created construct. And I have to endeavor into my personal perseverance of understanding the language of creation, the motivation of creation, and purpose. And I think that purpose once the water began to muddy, became someone else's um, intent to maybe govern, rule, dominate for some reason, and they've spent years, thousands of years, um, especially whenever you have the European, the Caucasian, wiping out the South America um, native tribes, the North American native tribes, the African native tribes. I mean, when you look at it, it seems that the Caucasian is a warfaring and culturally void, and their culture, if there is a identifiable culture, it's one of destruction and just absolute um, just just plain warfare. I mean, disease. They were the first ones to use biological warfare on tribal nations. Um, they were the first ones to go in and take South America for the gold and remove the culture and the wisdom that they had inscribed in tablets and the mathematics and equations that they put in their geometry for thousands of years. And even in Africa, they've done the same thing. And you know, the Native Americans, at least they, even though they were exposed to biological warfare by the European or the white, you have to question what is it that causes these non-natural, non-melanated Caucasians to want to uh, not only bleed into cultures, take over cultures, um, disband cultures, but bring them to a state of I don't know, what would you call it? The melting pot, the diversity accepted, where no one truly has a culture, and it's all designed off of a narrative, and that narrative always resorts back to a Caucasian directive because they have dominated any of the tribal nations from heritages that went back thousands of years with information that is profound, from planetary and solar or heavenly astronomy information to just general uh, medicinal information and spiritual information as far as that goes. And that's why I was pushing the edge on that. Did we lose Dean? Dean, you're welcome back, brother. Love to hear what you have to say. Hey, we lost Dean. But anyhow, what's your take on that?
I see the way that you're viewing it, and I don't think that there's any issue with that view. I'm just saying that if and then I'll step back after this quick comment so that Dee can respond. But I'm just saying that if what we want is to remove power from those that use knowledge that the majority of us have not been able to have access to, and therefore use that over us to control us and manipulate us, if our intention is to remove that connection in that way, then the best way to do it is to um, understand first, of course, which is what we're doing now, discussing it, and then stop identifying with them. When I say that, what I mean is don't give our energy, because our energy is the currency. In other words, we pay, and they use the word pay, attention, which is energy. And someone put it in the chat before, where attention goes, energy flows. And so, what I'm proposing is that we see what's going on, but just choose to go about doing things a different way. Don't do it the way that they have been doing it. And of course, it takes a long time to disattach from, or detach rather, from this system. But what I'm saying is this is the right track. What you're doing now is having these discussions. It's the right track. But I don't believe that we should only choose one way to view it, meaning be angry and believe that something nefarious has occurred, because I can tell you from experience that when I step back from it, I could see that what's happening is not necessarily what they're trying to make us think is happening.
Oh, there's a diversionary tactic being uh, put into play too. Yes, I agree. Dean, good to have you, brother.
Yeah, great. I'll just turn my mic off so I could listen. Great. Thanks very much, and for dropping the link and
Oh,
if
absolutely.
I could come up.
Anytime.
Yeah, I'm about to head off to bed. I'm actually already half dressed for bed, but yeah, I mean, I was about to have a couple of pipes and settle down, but yeah, I mean, I really, I think it's not good to get upset. I agree with that. And observing is one thing. I think really we've got to be kind of proactive in getting out there and really getting stuck into the news media and such. At the moment, I follow a few of the news platforms and even some of the space platforms. But
Right.
what I'm up after it is all the deception. And whenever I find it, I highlight it, screenshot it, highlight it, and then I share it out. And I mean, I even share it out to my friends on their mobile phones. You know, because even if I can't, and I mean, I can't get near Facebook anymore. They want me to sign to their regulations, which stipulate that I can't say certain things, so I'm never going to be able to get out what I want to say. So I might as well not join them. It's not worth it. The regulations that they put people under, basically, you're giving away all rights to whatever you say, do, and even the view that the smartphone or smart device that you use can visualize in your room and see what your room has in it, sees everything. The room knows exactly, I mean, the camera can see and knows exactly what you have in your room, what you were doing. We're just not hot, we're not hidden from them. They see everything we do.
Hold on.
And
Them and they. There's
well,
a
them and they,
reason that.
I mean, the artificial
Hold on a second.
intelligence. I'll tell it that. I'll
I,
say it like that because I feel they is a probably obscure word. Okay.
no,
I mean,
no. I think by observation, Dean. I think I've pinpointed something, and there's reason why I'm coming across the way that I am, and it's just an observation. It's not a racial statement. It is not something that I'm going to sign off on.
yes.
I'm not going to condone any type of racism, but I am going to look at the genetic lines and the origins of races and the implication of how this began, who began it, and who they are. So go ahead.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've got a damn
I mean,
good
I've
close
been delving
idea.
into those subjects myself, so you know, I mean, I'm spiked with interest straight away because you know, I've recently been looking into the Aboriginal tribes of Australia, and
Mm.
there are in the traditional families. Some of the present day families go back 4,000 years with a piece of plaited hair, not piece, it's quite long, and it has every generation, every family member in that generation for 4,000 years. Now, that is quite a uh, archetypal, if you want to put it that way,
It's pretty profound. Um,
presence.
what point did that genetic line become diverse?
It's
It
still
lost
going.
its.
It's still
It's still,
going.
and they're culturally rich.
They are culturally rich because they still have their own lands, yes?
Yes, their own nation,
Yes,
their
they have
own.
their own nation
Yeah,
land still. They are the traditional owners.
right, and they haven't turned it into a diverse melting pot of genetics. They have kept true to their
Not
heritage.
their genetic line, but they are being savagely torn by stolen land and the gifts of carrots and trinkets to trade their resources from those lands.
And let me guess, that would be the Caucasians doing this.
Well, of course. I mean, now actually, a lot of it too started off with the Indonesians as well.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay,
It's not
because
just the Caucasian. It's not just the Caucasian. What it is a whole structure of what I call the East India Company. And if
okay,
you've done
yeah,
any research on the East India Company, you'll find out that the Smithsonian's played a big role in that, right?
right, and they were also involved in. Well, later on, they were mercenaries against the slave trade, but prior to that, they were involved in the slave trade.
Yes,
That
of
that would have
course.
been
I mean,
the Dutch.
the whole scenario is rather uh, out the gate. Really, I can't even, I couldn't run through the whole lot. But an interesting thing, Access, today, and Cage, g'day, Cage, how are you? An interesting thing I was reading today. Well, actually,
Did we
I was
lose
talking
Don?
to. Sorry,
Did we lose Don? Don,
yes,
please come back.
I don't know. She might have popped out.
Yeah, we very much appreciate you being up here, and I would like to continue forward with you, Don. Um, I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry, Dean. Go ahead. It's just I hate that Dawn left. I
Right, well,
really
I marched
appreciate
into
her
this without
input.
really saying hi to everyone. Probably Dawn was a little bit maybe muffled by that. I don't know. I'm sorry if that's what upset the mode. But I'm one of these people. I just dive straight into stuff.
Right.
Um, so I pushed the wrong button. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, right. I'm just looking
Okay.
at the chat just to see what I'd done. Right, because I pushed the wrong button. I was actually talking to her in the back chat, and
Okay. There we go. She's back now.
okay, and I pushed the back button, and I
Okay.
didn't know what the hell I'd done, and I'd gone back to the live chat, so I just followed the link back and came back in. But yeah, my apologies, Rose, and for not saying hi when I came in. I'm one of these. I'm a very impulsive person. I must admit. I'm 70 years of age, and I'm still, what do you call it? Lively. I'm a lively chap.
Yeah, you definitely are. You definitely are a spark. That's for sure. And
Yeah.
you get going. You get going. what I'm propagating here is beyond biblical text in it's common text that predates even the Bible of and I'm going to call them entities or beings that were a part of the engineering of the human design. And
I would agree with that.
they had particular uh, interactions with the humans, which kind of muddied the purity, the genetic purity of the human species. And with that, there came abominations, impurities, half divine or half able to manifest creation, and then humans, um, which were a created design. And upon this, there was a manipulation that took place. Thus, the
I'd
cataclysm.
agree with that. I'd even be able to say that we could give examples of genetic manipulation, even recently, with say the last reset, when the World's Fairs were on, and there were people like the Humpback of the Notre Dame and people with deformities of all kinds in the body shapes and deformities in the legs, arms, twin heads.
The
All these show
red-haired
that
giant.
there are genetic twists that have gone on. Yes.
Yeah, like the red-haired giants of the Navajo and the Apache, in the West here. You know, there was a breed of extremely large red-haired people. You can research that. You can
Yeah, well,
research.
I mean, I've got that already in my research. We here in New Zealand, we
Yeah,
had the Moriori, which were before the Maori, and they're very big people. Even now
right.
today, there's still a family line, the Solomons, but they're basically the last of the Moriori. And
Well,
they're very big people. They're quite tall and well and thick set. But their
what I'm
family all have red hair, and that some of them had white skin, and some of them have freckles.
exactly, which is what I want to address here. If you were an interstellar traveler, or you come from a place that is not the Earth, that you did not need melanin to protect you from the sun, what would your pigment be? Think about that for a second. If you were not from Earth, but you were from some diverse place, would you need melanin to protect you from the sun?
I suppose. I mean, uh, yeah, I know a lot of people with red hair and freckles, right? And when you get Maori people that have got red hair and freckles and dark skin and light skin, then you got to know that there was crossbreeding going on at some time. And the interesting thing is, in New Zealand history, they say that the Maori never arrived on our shores or the New Zealand shores until about 8 to 900 AD.
Right,
But when they arrived, there was already people here. And
right.
that's why they tried to genocide the Moriori or kill them off because they wanted to take their land. It's always been warring for land, right?
Well,
And
after I'm gonna interject here for a second. After the
okay,
cataclysm and the
yes,
rebirth of nations,
yes,
and after the enlightened ones came with the information to restart civilizations culturally, um, and they tried to then wipe them out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they genocide them. I mean, I know it's people don't probably don't like the idea of talking about genocide, but as far as I'm concerned, I think the Earth has lost many nations and people off continents that were traditional owners. And it's interesting that the Moriori have this white skin and freckles with red hair, but also had the dark skin. But the interesting thing about it is that there were a lot of old shipwrecks here, wooden ones, that showed that the Vikings or those sorts of people, right, came down here as
Who
whalers
were
and sealers, and
also red and blonde haired and pale skinned.
yes, and they came down and invaded. Well, they didn't actually invade the land, really. They just came down for the fur seals and the whale and the blubber and that. That's really what they were here for. They didn't really raid anybody and want to live here. That's the thing, I mean,
Commerce.
I
It
was,
was commerce, cultural commerce, and trade.
yes,
yes,
if I could say
Yes,
that I think sometimes we can get distracted by like these talking about this constant this earth has been at war for a long time, and that energy that is pervasive in creating these wars over and over and over, that
yeah,
energy has no
I
color.
agree. I agree. I didn't actually say it was forever here. I just believe that it's been here since the invasion because it's interesting. Why I'm talking about the Aboriginal people of Australia, the traditional owners there, is that there's a cave in the Pilbara and it's just been destroyed a few years back by Rio Tinto. Now, this cavern has indigenous art on it, artwork that goes back to over 40,000 years. Now, 40,000 is a very long time. I don't think there is any recorded history other than theirs that goes to that length. And and when
actually,
you
if you start
and hang
studying
on a
the
minute, and they used to in their stories write about traveling to other places around in the realm. But now they are only confined to traveling within the routes of their own continent because the land bridges were taken away.
right, if I could, I want to address Rose here.
Hmm.
It's not about color. It's not about a particular race. It's about those who genetically engineered us and their
Yeah.
interaction with us. When
Yes.
whenever they manipulated our genetics, and I'm talking whether you want to call them engineers, creators, architects, whatever, um, and they introduced their genetics into ours, it created something that wasn't natural to this plane and to the waking state. And
There's not. There's not many. Hmm. Sorry.
it carried over after the cataclysm, and people, there's still that trace within our genetics of that particular species, of the engineers, the architects, the ones who were sent to guide in a positive sense the nations of man. And whenever the cataclysm came and the reset came, and the true ones that held the knowledge to restart societies came in, boosted us up to be able to restart cultures and societies, but there was still that seed, that genetic seed of the designers, the architects, the engineers, whatever it was that was governing over and helped to create us as a species. And that abominated or diverse genetics is um, still present, and it has a particular directive or influence over what you would consider to be more harmonious type people.
Well, I want to try to say it in a way. I don't know how to say it because I've never said it before this to anyone. But we are genetically manipulating ourselves in a very large way, and that is by design. And if I
Right.
can try to explain how it's by design, and then to touch on who and what it is that is that force that is destructive and has been destructive on this plane for a very long time. But the you know how I go back to using flowers as an example because I think we're similar in design, meaning by our creator. You
Well,
know how
Fibonacci, by Fibonacci sequence and divine proportion, yes, we hold the same mathematic ratios within our human being that a flower does. So I can understand that using that as a kind of a metaphor. But yeah, go ahead. I just wanted people to understand that flowers are being used as a metaphor here. Please,
yes,
Don,
but not in
continue.
the okay, but not in the way of the Fibonacci sequence. That's not what I'm referring to. What I'm pointing at is, you know how flowers are creating new versions of flowers, or I don't want to say it that way, but there's a whole process that's occurring here on this earth that naturally creates new species of flowers because they are being germinated together. Um, they're being crossbred by the insects on this planet.
Okay.
And
Can
then
I,
as
can I,
well,
just for a moment, for food for thought, you're talking germination as opposed to manipulation. See, germination is a natural thing. Genetic manipulation by intent is a whole other thing.
Yes, I mean I've done a lot of excuse me for butting in, but I've done a fair bit of grafting in my life, and it's basically
Yeah.
splicing in another uh, type of that species. You can even splice in other species onto other plants to make them look like you got two different plants on the one plant. You can take a splice of one coloured flower, like a rose, for example, and you can take that red, the dark, deep red that looks almost black, and now they've
Right.
been able to make black flowers and velvet looking black. I mean, it's just incredible out of a rose. But
By intent.
it's still
By
using
intent.
artificial means to do so. You can't grow them from seed. They don't grow
Right.
from seed. Yeah.
Don, you were going into who you believed the the ones behind this are, and I'm fascinated to hear what you had to say on this.
actually, I wasn't going into who's behind manipulation because I believe that our focus on the quote unquote what we perceive as manipulation. I believe our attachment to that is a distraction because we cannot see, we cannot clearly see what is natural and what is man manipulation in very often. So I am not identifying with that because I've already been down that rabbit hole.
Okay. Okay.
So what I came out, I've already gone down that path. I don't think it's wrong to look at this. I'm just saying there's another layer to see. And the layer to see is that, yes, there are some nefarious activities that's been going on this planet. And that energy, because everything is energy, that energy that has been controlling much of the population is dying out now. The one of the roles that was played out to show the death or a part of the death of this energy or system was COVID. And that energy is dying, it's changing because we are changing, we are making a different choice. And
Do
that
you think,
energy,
Don, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but do you think that the dying of that particular species of intent is that? Do you think that's why there's such turbulence going on in mass across the realm? Is it's their last attempt, a ditch effort to completely be able to put
Tip
their
the
narrative?
scales. Mm.
when things are being destroyed, and I refer to it as thing, when things are being destroyed, it's destructive. The fallout of the death of things is chaos. And because we are so close and we don't step back, we see it and we think it's a problem, almost like putting a band aid over something that's actually healing. The healing sometimes hurts. And so people who are attached to the system are going to hurt because they have a hard time letting go of it.
I
But that's not
really
even a
dislike the
problem.
system. By crikey, I hate a strong word, but I very, very much dislike the system. If I could get everybody out of cities and out of living off the world and living off the comforts and just being so tied up with worldly things. I would bloody love to be able to do that, but I don't think you can. I think too many people have already taken those worldly comforts and can't give them up. And that being in the world that's what it's all about. If you're going to live within the world and enjoy its all its comforts and resources, then I think you're really mistaken to think that you're not in the world. That's pretty bloody obvious that if you're going to enjoy the resources and the things that the comforts of the world is offering, it's like the carrots and the trinkets. You're just in there gathering it all up. I really think that people are mixed up about what is and what is not. Yeah.
Well, they offset themselves as just an observer, and then they become participant. And by becoming a participant is to give yourself over to the narrative, the
Mm.
spell, the principality. Thus, those that took the jab willingly versus those that refused to.
Absolutely, I refuse to. Hell, I'm probably at my age now. I think I'm one of a very few age at getting to this age group, right?
Um, well, I refuse.
There's
I
not many
refuse it,
90-year-olds left. I can tell you that.
and I think that
In
people
my
who,
day, they were everywhere.
well, these days because of engineering through the schooling system and through various other means of indoctrination and manipulation and engineering, they have kind of put a spell over of people who are affected by it. And then there's those that resist it. And it showed up whenever those willing participants that gathered in line under a false narrative to receive a venomous um, injection. Oh, that was that clarified so many things for me as to who is under the spell and has basically fallen asleep and indoctrinated themselves as a participant in this realm, and those who did not take that and still are resistant to what I consider to be the program, the narrative, or the principality.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Don, your thoughts? Are you still with us, Don? Well, if you're with us, Don, we can't seem to hear you.
I'm here.
Okay.
It's just a little bit of delay.
That's okay. That's fine. I was just curious as to your take on those who accept the narrative, the principality, or the program, or the spell, and become willing participants and attach themselves to the narrative, as opposed to those of us who don't and who are rejecting the narrative and refusing to take the venom and kind of hold to the ideal of individual self-thinking, um, critical thinking. You know, there's a difference between those two. What's your take on that?
I think what you resist persists. And I think it's very hard to get people to see that when they create a war within themselves against and for something. Because in reality, um, the system is within us. We created the system with our choices, giving over our power, giving the ability to those who operate the quote unquote system, giving them the ability to rule over us and to put set some things into place against us because of our choices. So I think it's a distraction to see things in that way. For example, about COVID, for some reason, became aware very, very quickly. It was in April of 2020. My awareness snapped on, I don't, almost like a light switch. But before that, I witnessed COVID being not real. I saw it. It was just the way it was presented. I saw through it very clearly, and it was almost as if I was immediately pulled back, and I could see the people reacting to their own thoughts and creating fights between each other, not listening and actually creating an idea that people who take the shot were getting poisoned and hurting themselves, and then they created an idea that said, oh, now you're shedding and you're making everybody else sick with what the shot that you took. And then the people who took the shot, or saying the ones who didn't, was making them sick and was killing people. I witnessed the whole thing play out. It was insane to watch us do this to each other, only to
Can I?
realize a large, if let me finish real quick, a
Sure. Yes.
large portion of the population that got shot did not die. And guess what? A large portion of the population that didn't get the shots didn't die either, because all they did was put out a narrative. We took it and ran with it and manifested COVID into reality, because all it was a flu, and we manifested it. And I watched it happen, and I'm not the only one. And so, what I'm trying to say is that there's another level to this. if we can stop identifying and resisting, because what you resist is going to keep resisting because you're manifesting the resistance. But instead,
Right.
don't resist. Step back and see. And when you do that, you'll see a human manipulating, and then you can see a force that is above us all, that is also creating. And that's how you see the difference.
Okay. I can see that. But see, my perspective on it is it's a genetic thing. Um, I think that from the fall in the garden to every parable in each culture that mimics and mirrors that, there was genetic manipulation. Before the last age of man and the cataclysm, I think there was a genetic manipulation. Now, those of us who were aware that we weren't going to take the jab, I think that was within our genetic coding that we knew, um, whether it be sixth sense, cognition, or just intuition. And I think that even with the jab and the testing, it was to identify a genetic bloodline and to potentially maybe even genocide of particular genetics or the traces of, because there is a complete separation, like you said, of those that just intuitively knew better, and it
Well,
was written
I'd like
within
to.
us. Go
I was
ahead.
going to
Go
say
ahead.
a part of their spell was to implant this idea that there is a group of people trying to kill the mass population. That's a part of the spell, the distraction that they implanted in COVID.
I don't.
Okay.
I think the spell goes on a lot longer than that myself. But if you if you were to work on the principle that there's a lot of people who are genuinely just letting go of a lot of stuff, and they're genuinely pulling back and just not participating with that type of talk. And I get what you mean by that type of thinking and that type of shift. But while that's happening, and just while people are observing, just standing back and observing, there is also a group of people here who are at work every day and every night. And this goes 24/7 and it never stops. And there are people working on robots and technology that we observe are going to observe it to take us over. And if I think it's the reason of the I'm not against any Christian. I'm just saying this as a thing to something to consider, that that through religion people have been taught to wait on Jesus, and through that waiting on Jesus, that has taught people to just stand around and observe. And I've watched a lot of observing and bugger all doers. And while the bugger all doers are overrun with observers, the bugger all doers have been making a lot of money. And
Right.
and they've been out there changing whole monetary systems. The step towards actually the dollar's so bloody broke, they have to find something else, right?
Right.
And so the changes are happening all around us every day. There's new regulations. You cannot stop the deep state from putting out new regulations. None of us can. That's just going to take us. We have to go with whatever the deep state forces on us. And
No,
we,
we
we
don't.
Yes, we do. If your regulation comes along and says, "Look, your house is not up to safety standards. We are going to bring in an inspection, and they're going to just go through the whole house, and they'll find everything wrong with it they can, and you will have to spend bloody thousands to fix the damn thing." And that's
No, they
just one
don't.
of the regulations they can get you with. I mean, they'll get
That's
you
not
with
the only way.
bonds.
It's not the
But
only
and
way, but it's a
I'm
part of the
watching things
trickery.
Gene,
happen,
Gene,
Rose. I'm not.
if
If you stand around forever, you're not going to stop anything.
well, if I can, and I want to interject here that this is going to be one of the more controversial streams
Well, I'm
because
nearly 70. I watch a
I'm
lot of.
I'm I'm pulling back the safety protocols, and I'm going to allow anyone to speak the truth, their truth, without reserve. If it takes them a candle down, it takes them a candle down. But I have profound information that I have gathered, and I want to share it. But it requires you as an individual to remove yourself from the 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 influence, become self-aware as a singularity, uh, go to the introspective state, and then find the quiet you, which is beyond the subconscious, which is the observer. And from that point, everything becomes clear and apparent. And I've got the, in the past live streams, I've got the techniques to do this. But now that I've reached a plateau, I have to pull out the safety protocols so that people can speak freely. And I want you to speak freely. I want you to say exactly what your belief is and what you are influenced by. So that's my disclaimer, that's my warning, and let's proceed forward. And we'd love to hear from you too, Cage. Go ahead. My take to get this started back up. Sorry for the interjection and interruption. My
That's
take
all.
is that the designers, creators, or the engineers of the human species is basically different different levels of intelligent or sentient or energy type beings that interacted with the human species, and it created something that was half divine, or if you want to call it, of a higher station of reality, and it interbred with the human, and the human gave birth to these hybrids. The hybrids were something that were um, not in the true form of what you would consider natural sustaining environment. They went against that. They were completely against the natural course of the way that the creator had designed this place to sustain itself perpetually. And they had to be wiped out. But yet the seed or the DNA of that species was carried over into what we consider modern day. And I think that they're the ones um, that have, especially the ones that have the higher level of that genetics within them, are the ones pushing the buttons that, are the unseen. They are the ones that are truly controlling the narrative by influencing humans, whether it be with technology, information, whatever. But the means to the end that I'm seeing is to remove us from any type of natural state of what we were originally designed to be a part of, thus transhumanism, thus removing the ideal of male, female, culture, or color to your culture, the purity of that and what it has to offer. And I think that transhumanism is inevitable. Thus, everybody has a phone, and I see exactly how easy it is for people to be enveloped and engulfed by technology. And I don't think that technology, by any shape of the mean, is natural. But that is the direction that they're taking us, where you cannot identify culture, you cannot identify race, you cannot identify gender. And these are all things that they've got us going neck and neck, throat to throat, and opposition to opposition under. They want that.
Can I speak on that?
Yes, please.
Does a soul need a culture? Does a soul need a land? Does the soul need hair? It's time for us to let go of our identification with this body, because that is what's causing the sickness that makes us war against one another. It is operating under the power of the energy we identify as fear. Fear is one of the most powerful forces in this realm. It makes
Exactly.
people make decisions, make choices that they never would make, but for the fact that they're afraid. And part of the problem for us humans is that we have lost connection with foresight. We cannot foresee what's happening because we are too close to the issue. We are looking at the windshield wiper instead of looking at the road in front of us. We're in a car and we're looking at the windshield wiper instead of the road. But the reality is that we don't need any of this stuff here because we're a soul. And can we see that what's happening here is people choosing what they want to be involved in? And if a person wants to attach their body to a mechanism, something mechanical, who cares? That's what they want to do. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to participate in anything that those who own this system that many of us live in, we don't have to do any of it. But also doing it, being involved in it, is not the issue. It's the distraction to, if you think that that's the problem, having a cell phone or using the technology, that's not the issue. But it is our state of mind. That's what's at stake. And so, what I'm trying to point at is above all of this distraction because it's time. We're ready. Everything is pulling us away from identification with this body because this is not who we are. We are the soul.
See, I differ in the fact that I have a natural perspective um, on myself and the environment I live in. I live by natural law, and I can see anything that the hand of man has touched, manipulated, or created is diverse against the natural law, the self sustaining law of perpetuality. The earth was created to perpetually sustain itself and the life on it. And I see technology and anything that man has put his hands on go against that natural, perpetual cycle of self sustaining environment.
I'd like to add to that, and I'd also like
Sure.
to have give my partake on it when you Can you feel
You're fine,
I'm
Dean.
happy? Yeah.
Take off, brother.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to let it all out. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Well, right. I'll start off with I feel that throughout the time since the traditional owners of every land didn't have to worry about being a traditional owner. It was just that the family lived in one particular place and they moved around and they had land bridges between every nation and they could go and they could trade and they could learn from each other and they could learn about the different seasons in one hemisphere to the other because there was no way of stopping that. There were land bridges everywhere, and this was a time before even the flood. And I even feel that there um, these what they call the giant trees, the silica trees,
Right.
were harvested, they were deforested, they were actually cut down and deforested just the same as we are deforesting the earth today. And that those giant people, big people, did exactly as we are being taught to do. And that something came and it was maybe what they call the 9,000 year cycle or end of all the ages or an end of an age where the whole thing is destroyed and then they all start again and then there's the other take that that when these entities they came in at that time when these land bridges were there, and they thought to themselves, now we've got a good chance to take this over. And so if we blow out all the land bridges, we can stop them from moving around. We can start locking them into their own borders. And
Kind of like
then
the Tower of Babel type thing.
that
Diversify the
type,
language so they can't work together.
yep, that type of thing. The same kind of
Right.
way. Same story, just a different way of putting it. Yeah.
Right.
And right. And so they were destroying these borders so that they could lock the people into their own, into that nation. They're stuck. They cannot go anymore. You can imagine they all walk off to that bloody thing. They're going to head off, go and see their mates over on the next bloody thing, and hello, the bridge is gone. Well, I don't think it was probably much as that, but I do believe they all were able to go through catastrophes as such, even tidal waves were sweeping across their lands by going into caverns and going underground. And even you say, oh, well, they'd bloody drown because the water would go down the cavern, but a tidal wave it's pretty quick how they work. They come in, and it only takes a few days for them to be gone, right?
Let me ask you something, Dean. Do you need pigment when you're living underground?
Do you need what?
Pigment. Do you need melanin when you're living underground in a subterranean
Yeah. No, I
environment?
mean, no, as I say, from my investigations with the traditional owners of Australia, it's showing that they had a cavern that they went and stayed in when the catastrophes came. They even talked about tidal waves and how they were inland far enough to escape them. But the thing is that all their stories are in paintings, and today there are not many people left who can read them, and they're all dying off, these people, and now the new paintings are coming in to even destroy the knowledge that even was there to begin with. But the
Well,
thing is, I'm going
if
to
I,
carry on a bit. Oh, well, but yeah, okay.
yeah, I just want to interject one thing so that I can clarify my stance and not be called, a racist or a separatist or whatever.
Okay.
Um, I believe that whenever the human species was genetically altered by the breeding of this half divine or the creative energies that help design man and human bred together, there was a genetic line that came from that carried over after the cataclysm. And I think that genetics is something that is still functionally prevalent in the disbandment of cultures
I,
and
I, I
the
believe it is.
harmonious. Go ahead, Gene.
I believe it is, and greater than that, I believe that it's now being what did you call because um, the original traditions, the traditional people are being limited down to a small number. That means that the crossbreeding with other people is going to reduce the numbers even greater, to where only the breeders will be the ones who carry on the bloodline. And at present, I'm going to tell this really deep. I think that a lot of the injections that they're using are now closing off women's wombs. You don't have to kill anyone. You just need to stop making women being able to breed or leaving them natural so that they can breed. All you have to do is stop that, and you can stop all life being born here. And
Well,
then
here's
what?
here's what I want to address real quick, Dean, and I want to address this to Don because I understand where Don's coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. If
Okay.
technocracy takes place and they do start transferring us into a transhuman state, then the natural course of breeding or procreating is also lost within the transhuman ideal. And I don't see that as being natural. I don't see that as being progressive evolution. I see that as being completely against progressive evolution. I see it as a state of basically suspension from the natural course of things. But go ahead, Dean. I'm
That,
sorry. I just
that,
wanted to
that's
interlude.
exactly where I was going. It's a suspension. It suspends us in timeless. Uh, well, it might even suspend us to the point of where we're no longer uh, born through natural birth, but the only way to bring us forward to keep the genetics moving would be through podcast children, and I can even see that as having happened once or twice here and there.
Test tube babies.
There are already machines that are capable of growing children in incubators, and there are already people doing cell transplants of ears of humans onto pigs' backs, or mouse backs, to grow an ear. Now that is really bloody out there. But if that is all have been able to see, as a physical thing going on, then you've got to believe that there's a lot more going on than that, right?
Well, my personal take on it and what I've come to understand is that this divinity bloodline, which is a hybrid bloodline, um, is trying to continue a perpetuation of their genetics, and they're looking to cheat death. They're looking to retain power, and they're looking to keep control of the narrative, and they're also looking to keep their genetic bloodline
Right.
present
And
and accounted
I'll
for.
carry on from there where I was going to go, and that was to say that every reset or every time when there is a cataclysm here, and now I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit after this, but at first, let me say that when these cataclysms occur, all these people go underground. Now, every nation probably has their own caverns that their own traditional people went down because they knew that this was something really wrong going on. And so whenever the time got near, they already knew that and they would go underground, including the people who were doing it. They were going underground too because they knew they were going to smash the surface over and wipe out everything on top. And so away they went underground. And while they were underground, they didn't stop breeding. Oh no, they carried on breeding. Who's to say they weren't putting them on ice and cryogenics then? And then when the reset comes and they come back on top, now it's interesting that back on top of the surface, there are many, many pictures in this Tartarian flood that show where there are buildings half buried in the ground, and you can only see the top of the windows or maybe half a door. But the bloody door is massive, and then wherever they go and build a small door to enter it. But the interesting thing about that is that while the surface being liquidated and charged with a earthquake that shatters and vibrates the ground at the same time, with all that water, it's just going to liquefy, and the whole ground is going to become unstable. And the Leaning Tower of Pisa is one of my best representations of this, because if you have a look at the Leaning Tower of Pisa, it's on a bit of a lean, and it's quite interesting if you go and look at it and Google about it and find out what it says, what Google says about the Leaning Tower of Pisa. If I remember correctly, it was the third floor that the foundation gave way and the tower started to lean. Now, what surprises me is, why did you carry on building another 3 stories above that? And how did you accomplish that with a building on the lean, right? So if you ask me, if you have a look at a lot of the architecture in that time, it was all from an era, and from an era that we didn't belong to, but an era, in fact, that existed. And those buildings show that some kind of event took place. And so what I've seen in these pictures are people came up from underground and they called them surface men. And they would go up and clear the mud away from the streets and the railway tracks and all the services that these ones will promote to get the world going again. And I believe that everything in every one of these resets, they have kept the old infrastructure in place in certain places and destroyed the rest on purpose, and then come back up from the buddy underneath, clear everything away, and start again.
Okay, if I can, I want to address Dawn, um, because you hit a couple things there that I want to hear Dawn's perspective on with the transhumanism. Once, Dawn, we
Yes.
deliver ourselves into the transhuman ideal, and let's say that we become either semi immortal or we start living for prolonged periods of time through um, manipulation, transhumanism and technology. And there's a point where all culture is lost. You become transhuman. You give yourself over completely to the digital and to the technological age, and then a cataclysm comes. One, I want to know what your take is on that, and I would like to know what your take is on how procreation looks in a technocracy.
So I'm aware that some people follow this pattern of possibility, this idea. It's not one that I attach to, so it's difficult for me to speak on it in any meaningful way, except to say that um, that pattern can only happen if the mass consciousness shifts in that direction. I am aware that there is a group of people that is putting their idea out there for that, and that there's a group of people who are afraid of it and they are helping to manifest it because they're afraid of it. Uh, so my response to it is if it's not what you want, don't focus on it because the only thing that can happen to you is what you choose to happen. That's really how it works. You don't have to participate in anything here. But our fear of anything brings it to life. That's how COVID was manifested. And as far as procreation in a technocracy, technocracy is a word that describes an idea that I don't subscribe to. It's again a pattern that can occur if we allow it, but that is not the pattern I see playing out right now. Of course, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I can tell you that I have been feeling a change for many years, and I can see a change that's occurring in our reality. And when I look at the history, I can see a pattern of a change that has brought us to where we are today. And if I follow that pattern, I can what do we see? You could create a hypothesis of what could happen. But I know that what I would like to see happen is that we complete our assignment here on this earth, which is to live here and enjoy life and to bring light into this space. And the light that I'm referring to has to do with changing the energy that's been pervasive here on this planet. It's already been dying over a long period of time. That energy that creates all the wars, that wants us to believe that we're going to go into a transhuman state. That energy is dying. And the way that the earth seems to work because of the system, and I'm not talking about the system that rules over us on this plane, I'm talking about the system that the earth is in. This system, the way it works is by our level of consciousness, our conscious energy. And as our conscious collectively shifts, or the energy shifts in this plane, the earth, which is a living being, changes. And the changes that we witness, flooding, uh, storms, is a part of the E cycle, the cycle of the earth, as it changes with us. It shifts with our energy shifting. We are now moving, I would say, I hate to use higher and lower, but we're moving in a vibrational state that's a higher level now. And it scares the hell out of people because they've never seen these storms before, and fear is very powerful. So we would rather say something bad is happening and we're doing something wrong. But in reality, all change can appear in a way that is destructive, but it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. And so I would welcome people to attempt to detach from other people's ideas. And instead, there's a saying that says, focus on what you want, not what you don't want. Because the manifestation here in this plane manifests what you put your energy into, whether it's what you don't want or want.
Right, and I agree with that, and there's truth to your statements. If I can identify or say this at this moment, you have Dean, who is a naturalist, who is a law of the land, natural law individual, and you have Don, who accepts the ideal of the evolution of the human into a higher design of, what would you say, technology. You're accepting the status change of technology, and I'm holding a position in between as to, I agree with Dean on the fact that I believe in the natural state of things and the natural law of things. And but I also use technology, and I am skilled and quite quite capable of using technology, and I do. So with the future coming, knowing that there's cycles and we're living on a persistent and a constant, the constant goes through cycles, and these cycles sometimes wipe out humanity to start over again. Wouldn't wouldn't the ideal of delivering yourself to technology not only far remove you from the natural state, and I'm not talking fear, because either way, it is what it is. You know, I'm not afraid of it. Um,
I could carry on talking my thinking and my way of thinking and what I have come up with, and there's I think in the Gnostic religion, it's been promoted that reincarnation exists, and that we cycle out of here and go to another dimension, and then after a while, being there, you can cycle back. And I think the Chinese have the same kind of notion where they can cycle back. Some of them that believe they cycle back as animals.
well, that's the Hindu also. They are very big in reincarnation.
Right. So if I carry on that, and I say this in a way where we're talking, letting those what they call maybe transhuman robots, sort of like beings, becoming the entire. Maybe there's a chance that there is no getting back to that dimension, that you will not be able to leave here because you are now an eternal being here. and you might not be able to get back to your home where you actually came from, and that
Source.
and so your soul. I feel like the school, like we set this place up ourselves, and then something came and stole it from us, like a jealous god or something. But we set this place up for living experience, and that first being that became the body that we all live on, the living body that we all live on, was uh, laid down and said, right, I've had enough of living in eternity doing nothing. I think I'll just become flesh or become something to for life to exist. Um, and maybe that's what it is, that. But anyway, but besides that, if, for example, that dimension, that where our soul goes after we've spent a life here, if that soul has a time in that dimension, which could be an eternity to us, and then comes back here and decides to have a life experience again, and there are no wombs left here, no female wombs, natural ones, to reincarnate into, then it's
That
going to be
divine
very,
spark.
eh?
Is that what you're talking? Divine spark?
Yeah,
The
the
spark
divine
that
spark.
happens
When
when.
the two meet in the womb, the male and the female egg meet in
That
the womb.
quantum spark that happens. Yes, I understand
Yeah,
what you're
the
saying. Go
quantum
ahead.
spark. There's nothing else that can match that, right? And
They have yet to been able to.
they've yet been able to. And if you can't do that, you can do away with it by not having it at all. Anyway,
Um,
that's some of my take. There's a lot more in my head. Yeah, but anyway.
I think that just and this is just observation, that we were socially designed and engineered with our various cultures and societies, and they were perpetuated by uh, um, a higher intellectual presence, um, and spiritual presence. And I think that they developed for us a direction, and they helped design the societies that became flourishing, and the pyramid, the South American type societies, the Inca, the Mayan, the Aztec, all the way to the Egyptian, all the way back to Sumeria, all the way back, to the Cataclysm. And whenever we were reintroduced to socialized living within cities and structured society, I think that was delivered to us. I don't think we as a species, Homo sapiens, um, developed all these common threads across the realm identically to each other with the same historic background and the same mathematics and the same um, philosophies, uh, without intervention. And I think the ones that held the intervention, were from the ones that actually polluted the pure genetic bloodline of the Homo sapiens, the species of human we are. And I think
Yeah.
they're still at work and still at play.
Mm, so do I. And I don't think that we, like, I do know that stepping back has helped me a lot from listening to all the what we call propaganda that promotes fear and what have you, because I mean, I think fear, anyway, is one of the biggest things that people have been programmed with. We've
Oh,
got people.
absolutely.
We've got people here
Yes.
living in cities that won't even go swimming in the ocean because they fear the bloody something in there will get them. We've got people who won't climb mountains or won't go anywhere because of fear. But there's one thing I learned in my life is that fear. If you fear something, you'll never do anything. Um, the fear of living has stopped people from doing lots of things. But you know, I'm one of those impulsive people who. I mean, at one time I was really, really caught up in some opium. I was on opium,
Right.
and I thought to myself, I'm just going down here. If I don't do something about myself here, I'm just going to go down with the ship. And so I just took everything that was in the house out to my car, put it all in the car, and I drove out of there, out of that town, and I went to a totally different town and started another life there. And it basically, I shifted myself out of danger. And it's not the only time I've done it. I know how it works. I've used that many times, and I think that it's the fact that I have no fear about where you can go or what you can do. I mean, I have climbed mountains where you can't. The car looked like a damn ant at the bottom, right? And I've been in the middle of the ocean where you can't even see land.
Right.
and
Um,
and
I
what's
was going
the? Go ahead, Dawn.
I was going to just say yes, Dee. I think that what you just described, what the choice that you had to make to remove yourself from what was making your own self toxic is exactly what I was also pointing at, because I think all of us are talking about the same thing. We're just coming from different angles, using different
Exactly.
words.
yeah,
And in reality, we're we're talking in almost like layers, levels of information that's pointing to the one truth that we're all still coming to realize, which is that the only change that can happen is in us. We
oh
keep
yeah,
looking outside ourselves to make a
yeah. So,
change,
yeah, I
but
think
the change,
we definitely
uh,
agree that the kingdom is definitely within, right?
the change is definitely within us. And so we don't have to, the technology is not the problem. It's when it becomes us. It's when it becomes who we are. We
Yep.
cannot exist without it. That's the issue. Right now, Axis is using technology to communicate with us so that we can share our information and also communicate to others who may
Yep.
listen to this later on to help them disentangle themselves from their own choices, because everything is us. We're doing it.
Yeah.
So all we're doing now is we are realizing that we are one, because we've all been seeded from youth in different ways with different wording to tell us that divided we are weak, together we are strong. Right now, we're divided. We're divided into cities, cultures, sporting teams, schools, all of these things that try to make us separate.
Mm.
But reality is, we're all humans, just like flowers are all flowers. It doesn't matter the shape, the color, the design, but there was a force that was pervasive worldwide. And COVID showed us when the entire world shut down at once that we are under a system that is being controlled by something or someone, the they, that has been pervasive over us. And in reality, we are one human and we can choose not to have that system controlling us. And that's why I agree with you, Dee. And with you, Access.
Yeah, I agree with you. We're all coming with different aspects of the same process. The only thing that I want to introduce into this, because it's a common thread, is I have a theory, an observation that the polluted or the unnatural genetic bloodline of the architects that wound up interfering with our genetics is still prevalent. And I think that they can be identified. And I think there's a process going on worldwide right now to identify that particular genetics and to eliminate anything that does not have that particular genetics. Thus, why some people are affected by the jab and the narrative, and others aren't. And I think they're trying to identify for the long count, for the in the long run, and the genetic perpetuation of that lineage of we'll call it diverse genetics, that species to perpetuate and continue on. But that's just an observation and a perspective. Damn, we lost Don again. Let's she comes back. Shit.
Yeah, well, I'd agree with that. I mean, in a lot of ways, I can even see that happening, actually. That's the. I mean, I don't, as I say, I don't really watch TV. We don't even have a TV. Well, we have a little TV, but it's sitting in the corner. It's not connected, not plugged in. It's never been plugged in since we've been here, and probably 2 or 3 years before moving out here, that was working. But the thing is that you know, you know, just having the what I was talking about, the camera in your room, you know, the whole visual thing. You know, it's like that that lockdown, that high Rose, it was that you were talking about, where you said, like, you know, everybody was shutting doors, and then the natural world, the natural realm, the native animals and birds and everything just came out and took over their old stomping ground, as if, you know, wow, we're free again, we can go here and they can eat the lovely grass that these people have provided and all that sort of stuff, you know. There were deer and parks and just, you know, they were just coming out everywhere, and it just showed that take us away and the earth will carry on at the same. So that
Oh yeah,
really,
the Earth does fine without us.
yes, the earth. So we can really see that it is just a system. We can really see that, and you know, so that because we can see that happened. We know the animals are not affected by it, so they're not affected by any script. You know, they're not got any control over what's going on around them. They basically, they migrate. We've got birds that migrate around the place, and we've got animals that migrate on their land, the continents that they live on. You know, that they migrate from pasture to pasture. Um, the carnivores follow them around. You know, the earth does it, the sustaining of all the creatures without our influence whatsoever. And I
Right, and I
believe,
call that the constant, that
yeah,
perpetual force that without the hand of man naturally is self-sustaining and perpetual in
yes,
nature.
yes.
That's what I
I
consider to be
can
the
feel myself, Exodus, that we plant sort of like through some kind of like if you could say layers of uh, times when before we even uh, had the creation of material things through. And I mean, if you can visualize that frequency can form matter, then you can visualize. Then if we can visualize that, through technical means, through the AI system, then obviously, it was easily done before. I mean, some of these old architectural buildings have features in them that show that they were
divine
well,
geometry.
yes, they were well
Yes,
aware of it, right? Yeah,
they resonated at a particular frequency that created a coherent um, sonic frequency, such as they demonstrate with the sound in the sand, making coherent geometry designs by frequency. These buildings also radiate, as opposed to natural state to what was built that held that radiance and that energy to modern day, which has no structural. Um, it just doesn't resonate. There's nothing. It's boxed, and I think that resonation that comes from those particular architectural structures were also divinely inspired, just because they resonate with a geometry that is coherent and makes sense.
I was going to also add back to what you were saying, Axis, about the what you're perceiving that's been happening, and I want to acknowledge what you've been perceiving about the bloodline that
Yes,
has been here poisoning us, the earth, poisoning our minds for a while, and that it's dying. How do we know it's dying? And uh, what keeps a system like this alive in the first place? It's energy. And energy comes in many forms. I could even say energy and use a word like belief. For example, those in this bloodline that perhaps made a lot of the population on Earth believe that they had a right to rule over us. Um, People don't believe in them anymore. So they're dying. And therefore, we're not giving our attention to them as much. And as that dies, as they die, it creates a chaos on the earth. Why? Because they don't want to die. So it's almost like an infection that occurs. And many different movies have tried to show us how it operates. It will move into a different area. It's almost like a virus. and they will try to infect. I don't even want to use the word infect because it's more subtle than that. They will basically go into these different areas and bring what appears to be love and fix things for people and help the community, only so that they can settle in and eventually take it over. But more and more, as we become connected, as we realize that we are all one together and that we don't need what they have to offer us, meaning their services or maybe even their type of technology, whatever form it comes in, that's how we remove ourselves from that or let that system go, is by, as we keep saying, stepping back and paying attention to the pattern of how it operates, because the poison or virus is operating within the same spectrum as love. It's hard for us to tell which is which because they can both appear benevolent at times. But the effect, for example, how can you tell which is real food and which is rotten food or lab made food? Because real food will deteriorate. It will, it has a very rapid life cycle, very similar to the rest of the food that humans consume. But food that is not real does not deteriorate very quickly. So we can tell by how its pattern plays out before us when we use our real eyes. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, I mean, I agree with that because we, my partner and I, Maureen, we grow our own vegetables. Um, we try and make
Gene,
sure that.
you're coming through really low and distorted.
Sorry, can you hear me better?
Yes, now that's better, much better.
Okay. Yeah, we survive off as much as we can from natural food. I mean, I like chickweed and watercress and dandelions and um, you know I'll eat a salad like that. Um, when you're talking about um, unnatural food, well, food that doesn't go off. When I was in Tasmania, Australia, because the climate over there is really hot, and I thought that was the reason that these. Oh, we went past this fence and it was covered. Every post had a bloody McDonald's burger on it, and my mate says, "See that? That people have been putting burgers there for years." And some of those burgers are years old and they're still recognisable as a burger.
That I think that goes along with with this genetic bloodline um, wanting to perpetuate uh, unnatural, the anti-naturally, the original creation, we'll call it, the original constant. Um, they're trying to um, almost mimic, but through this particular plane of existence,
Yes,
a
yes.
sustainable state for them to perpetuate and carry on, and kind of a mockery of the original state of creation. And I think that they're pushing for that at an accelerated rate now because potentially maybe we're under a new energy from the luminaries, and that has some type of effect, or there was some type of illuminary alignment that signaled a particular time, and they're potentially rushing against that time of maybe a potential cataclysm or some type of change. But I do know that since April 8th and the eclipse and following forward to present time, things have accelerated and things are being revealed, and that which was hidden is also being revealed. But it has intensified the the hostile intent of the human being itself.
Yes, we've been in the age of enlightenment for a while now. When my awakening occurred, I thought it was new. I was I was like, "Oh my gosh, something is happening. It's because of 2012 and this is new and we got to do something about it." And I went down a lot of rabbit holes. I think that is the process of waking up. And then I really woke up, started, like something punched me and woke me up April 2020. And it was almost like I was able to see the past. It was almost like being suspended in midair, and I could see 360 degrees all of a sudden, and I could see more clarity from the past. And I'm a pattern reader. I have told myself I'm a pattern reader for many years. It's embedded in the work that I do, and I could see patterns all of a sudden of the history and where it that pattern. I could see how it led to where we are now in certain ways. And one of the things I was able to see was that uh, we have been awakening for a very long time. And each set of people, when they awaken, they go through a similar experience like we're doing now. We are saying, this is a problem, that's a problem, this has to be fixed. How long has this been going on? This is, we got to work together. There's something coming. A lot of fear is there. We are not the first ones. My rabbit holes took me back to people in the 1990s saying the same things we're saying today. They were waking up, saying the exact same things. They witnessed that the sky had changed, just like I did. We are all waking up to this reality. But
The
the
new cycle.
enlightenment, that's right. This is a cycle that we're going through where we are
Yeah.
coming almost back from the destruction that we created. We're now reunifying and eliminating the poison. But back to what you were saying, which is that we are uh it's a quickening. The Bible talks about it as far as a quickening. There's a quickening that's occurring because time is speeding up as we move up and out vibrationally out of the pattern that we were in that brought us down so low into a darkened state. This planet became darkened because of it. But our role, I believe, as souls is to bring this planet back up into the light. That is scary for us because it feels like we're dying. There's an impending doom. The ones who were ruling over us are afraid. Um, we believe there's a cataclysm that may be coming, and so they're trying to prepare for it. And what I believe this cataclysm is, quote unquote, is the awakening of the people. Because as we realize our power, we are so powerful. You see, they who own all of these non-real food places, this fake food that we have been tricked in many instances in consuming more than real food,
The
that
non-natural food.
that unnatural food. And I'm not talking about, oh, you can't eat carrots because that doesn't have seed. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
No.
talking about something else. What I'm talking about is like Dee was saying about that McDonald's kind of food. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with eating anything in, you know, in moderation, because anything in excess is a problem. But what I'm trying to say is when we consume too much of the non-food, we become weakened in our minds and more easily manipulated and controlled into choosing against ourselves so that we can be used almost like slaves to do the bidding of those who want to live as kings, princes, queens here in this realm, and not to move out up and out of this form into the next form that we are ready to move into, because we are not these bodies, we are souls.
I commend you on that. That was an absolute wonderful explanation, and I agree. I agree. And I think that you are what you consume. That includes food and information, which is energy. And you couldn't have come across any more clear. Thank you, Dawn. What's your take on that, Dean?
For sure. I mean, absolutely. You got to, if you don't clear your mind of some of the stuff, then you're not going to, you can't be totally I mean, the thing is, if you don't know the source of what's in the food that you're eating, then you're susceptible to eating things that might not should be eating. I think if we can, we should be looking at being able to prepare our own foods rather than let the world machine prepare our foods for us, because the world machine, it's like it's pretty bloody powerful, the old world machine. I was out using the chainsaw a couple of days back, found some firewood, big dry old kahikatea in a pile of wood, and so I cut a wagon load of wood out of it and loaded it up and brought it home. And yeah, it's I was what was I already saying?
Well, you were talking about the natural foods that are
So
cultivated from the earth.
On my way home, and on my way, I picked a bunch of watercress and other food that we can eat on and have at home. Because when you prepare your own food and you know what you're putting in it, then you know you have a clearer mind, because it's definitely the mind that's being the question here, isn't it? I mean, it's the big question is how the mind is working. Because
I think that personally, Dean,
you're going to be clear. You want to be clear in your food too, don't you?
Well, it's energy. If you consume something that comes naturally from the earth, it has an energy, a resonance, a vibration. And when you ingest that, you're nourishing the natural state of yourself. When you ingest that which is not natural and was not grown from the earth or taken naturally from the earth, then you're ingesting an energy that makes you kind of incapable of natural involvement in thinking and development.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can say it probably in a more technical way, but there are so many foods in the fast food market that have chemicals in them that challenge the blood barrier. Now, I don't know if anybody knows about the biology of blood barrier. But the biology of it is that we have blood barriers in the stomach and again in the brain. Now, the blood barriers in the stomach, that's to stop these things from getting to the brain that are going to affect it, and the other organs. But the ones at the brain are also there to stop anything that's going to get in that's going to affect the brain. But today we've got technology now that can slice into parts of the brain without even using a knife. They can use lasers, and they can open up neuro pathways that have been closed off, and they can close off other ones that have been opened. And what I was working on when I was looking at the blood-brain barrier thing was what I was eating, what was going into my bloodstream, what was going from my bloodstream into my organs and into my brain. Now, the reason for this was because I had an operation. I had, what's that thing? Septicemia of the gallbladder.
Okay.
And it was every time I ate, I would have severe indigestion, almost vomit, or I'd get diarrhea. But I was not getting the nourishment from the food because of the sludge in my gallbladder, and it was coming from what they call the pancreas. It was to do with the bile, and because I was eating a lot of fast food. I was eating bloody pizzas. I was eating I was eating anything fast food. I wasn't even considering whether it would do me any damage. I didn't even know about that sort of thing. And so then what happened was that I'd been suffering this, and some nights I'd get out of bed so Maureen wouldn't know, and I'd sneak off out into another room where I could bloody endure the pain without her hearing or feeling me moving around. And
Let me ask you something, Dean, about this.
Yeah.
Do you think that because of your genetics and the fact that you are considered to be one of the few, the aware, that you were
my genetic? What do you
rejecting
mean my genetic?
well, your DNA, somewhere in your DNA, you could not, your body was resistant, and it started attacking itself because of a particular strain of genetics that might have been, present within your genetic line.
From
Or do you think
my heritage, you mean?
Yes, yeah, your genetic line. Was there something in there that you think that was resistant to what you were consuming, and the body started attacking itself?
In my heritage, my father and my dad, he never ate fast food. Nor did my mother. And as far as I know, back through the generations, none of them ate any fast food other than what they put on their own tables.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is you had a diverse and almost detrimental effect to the unnatural. And I think that, damn, we lost Donna here. Maybe she'll come back. I'll set the link out. Is it possible that you have a genetic that sways more towards the natural state of things. And
Oh, I definitely have an olive skin complexion when I'm in sunlight all the time. In the winter time, it's a bit hard because the bloody cold down here keeps you indoors. But my hands are not like pale white skin, you know. Um, yeah, that's because they're out in the weather at the moment. But my legs, they're not bloody white, but yeah, they're getting whiter as they go because as you get older, you start hiding your body from the bloody sun. You feel the cold. It's one of those things. But no, I'm from a. Um, uh, the thing is that I don't know if the bloodlines that we told we are true anyway. Um, um, I know there's both in me. That's all. Yeah.
well, I'm just going to go ahead and come right out and say it. I think that whenever the architects and those that were involved in the creation um, put their genetics into the human species, it created a particular line, and I think that that basically by the nature of the Caucasian, that blonde hair, blue eyed, green eyed, red haired lineage, not only were they pillagers, destroyers, conquerors, and dominators,
Yeah.
but they are indication of that species that helped design and create us. That the cataclysm almost wiped out, but it carried over. And I think that is one of the defining traces, if you go back through lineages, that has been prevalent in the decimation of cultures and societies.
Yes. Yes. Well, I'd agree with that. If I, I'd say that if even we looked at all the traditional uh, peoples of the nations, the nations, and have a look at the amount of, I think you can almost say, pure bloods. I'm not being racist here. I'm just talking about how there is still tribal people here that are pure bloods, and
Okay, if I
there are characteristics to them. Yeah.
if it, there's a buzz in your connection. It's been here for a while. I thought it would go away, but there's a buzz in your connection.
Well, I'll put my earphones on and see if that changes it, because I do think it comes from the power system myself, but sometimes that does help if I put the earphones in. Then
Yeah, I think it may be coming through your mic. It's a really nasty buzzing sound. Let me check my end.
is that better?
Yes, thank you. Oh man,
Right.
thank you.
So
I
that
don't want
is
to listen.
that what? Yeah. So it's all right. It's because of I don't know. There's a big difference between the earphones and the mic and the phone's mic. Yeah.
Yeah. What I was. Thank you, Dean, for correcting that problem. I appreciate that, and I'm sure the
Yeah.
listening
Yeah.
audience
Yeah. Thank
will.
you for alerting me to it. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll carry on. I believe that those who have a lack of melanin are diversified in eye colors such as blue, green, and everything in between. And the fair haired and the red-headed are offshoots of the
Yes,
intervention of those who
I'd
helped
agree.
engineer us. And I think that the source of that genetic line is still at play, um, behind the scenes, creating a narrative for a eventual means to an end, using the human race to accomplish it for them.
To be the
Um,
tools, yes.
yes, and I think that whenever you look at the genetic lineage of those who are fair haired, red haired, blonde haired, blue eyed, green eyed, they seem to be um, a, a
Excuse me.
domineering and destructive race of people to any type of sustainable culture that works with the resonance of the natural realm or earth or plane. And
Of course.
that's what I was trying to allude to by, melanin in the skin. I think there's a reason why that particular breed of, red haired, blonde haired people and the eye color, I think there's a reason for that. And I think that it's written within the genetic code. And there's a reason that they do what they do, which is dominate and control because of their genetics, because of um, what they've been subjected to genetically by those who engineered and created.
Yep. I feel that it speaks volumes because, as if you're talking like, I was thinking of this earlier when Rose was here, and I was sort of going to drop the conversation as such. But if you're looking at, I don't know, they tell us there's around 7 billion people. There might be less than that, Um, but even if we were to look at a smaller figure, when you're in the billions, you're talking a lot of souls. And, when you can pinpoint like maybe 7 or 8 generations or more, all um, spread out across landscapes and different places, no longer in their true uh, place of birth. Um, there's a lot of people that have like minds, but they're all in different places. And I don't know whether you caught on to what I was talking about as far as having that neuron pathways in your mind, but there
Right,
are
right.
there's also neuro pathways across the plane, right? And the people,
Yes,
and,
yeah.
right, and
Meridians,
so
way lines.
yes, but even people themselves who have gone out away from their natural homeland, their birthplace, and they're spread out, they still have that family connection, they still have that traditional family line in their presence. And it's what I was talking about with the neuro pathway type thinking is that it's the same out in the field around us. Is that these can influence their field around them, and I was going to suggest that if there is enough of the thinking, and I'm not going to say exactly what that should be because it's not mine to say, but if the thinking was such that it came to a mass of tipping point. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever looked at tipping point as a means of showing that there is a way of moving the construct. And I think there is, and I think they already know that. I think that's probably their biggest fears is that the construct is energy is not centered into one area like once they blocked off all the borders, and that's why they've got such heavy border control. I'm pretty sure of it. There's so much border control on what comes and what goes, what people come in, just everything's got border control. And to my mind, that it means that they're they're they've wanted to keep everybody in one place so that they don't move around. But here we are. We don't need to worry about that because they're giving us bloody access through planes, and so we can move around. And now we've got all these different, I say, traditional people, not just really what the people you're talking about, the ones like you say, us, me, who has this white blood, this blue-eyed complexion, my type of people, type of scenario, but that there's all these people out there who are traditional people who have, have a pure line to their genetics, and they are influencing their field too.
Right. It goes back to, and this is very profound to me. Um, just below the states is Mexico. Now, whenever you start
Oh, just
talking
before you
to,
move on to that, what do you think about that as I'm one of them?
I believe so. Mm, I believe anybody who rejects
So
and
you're putting a barrier between me and you're
no,
saying that I'm one of them, and that's to
no, I'm
me,
saying
and
I'm one of them
so you're
too.
going to be well, but then you're still putting up a barrier between people, access.
No,
Mm.
it's a common genetic line. It is a it was a genetic line that was introduced into the human species, and I understand about the ley lines and the energy points and the circuit board of the earth and how that was used in the unity of nations that was with that. But the introduction of this, we'll call it a parasitical additive to the genetic line, which I think come from those who helped create and govern our species, is prevalent in anyone who has the ability to have blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, and anything in between, and the lack of melanin and a fairer pigment. I'm Native American.
I
I
know.
am
You probably
actual
got
Native
brown
American.
eyes as well, right? You got brown eyes?
My mom was totally Scandinavian. My
Oh,
dad was pure Cherokee, Appalachian, North Carolina, Eastern Band. But my mom was fair haired, blonde hair, blue eyes. Every sibling was that way until my mom married my dad, who was full blooded, and thus you had me. So,
Right.
yeah, I've got the dark hair, long, straight, dark hair, and there's just a hint of uh, my eyes are kind of a grayish green.
Right. Yep. Yep.
So
I know.
I'm a mutt, you know.
Of
By
course.
all means,
Like mutt.
I'm a mutt.
Yeah, right. Maureen must be a mutt too because she's got the same coloured eyes.
Right. And I think, you know, even my mom, I considered her because she's blonde hair and blue eyed, and all her siblings and that generation from that bloodline, I think they had more of the genetic coding in them that was introduced into the human genome by the fallen,
Yes,
the
but
divine.
well, yeah.
It's just
Um,
an observation that I'm studying and I'm going to endeavor on. And you know, you can call me racist if you choose to, or you know,
No, it's not.
eh,
That's not racist. You're trying to figure out. You caught you. You see something, and now you're trying to figure it out. You're going down a rabbit hole,
yeah,
and
yes.
I think that's what you should do. I think you should go down, check it out, and suss it out. See what you
Mm,
find. And there's, but what's happening here. The what I think in the Eastern, like the Hindus, they call the neti neti, or the Indians, I'm sorry, called the neti neti, where you are trying to figure things out. And so you're going through, and this is it. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. That's what you're doing, and it's okay to let yourself do that. The ones who have been controlling us for a while don't want us to do that. They want to give us the narrative, and they want us to follow it. Anything that has that same pattern of where you have to listen to what's being told to you and you have to agree with it and follow it is a part of that poison. You're
yeah,
taking yourself out of that. And so I think this is beautiful what you're doing.
yeah,
well,
and I think
it's I'm
using
sorry,
every
Dee.
people's voices as a sounding board as well. I think that's important, right?
Yeah, especially in this endeavor because this is, and the reason I find this to be holding any significance to me is one, um, the people. There are certain people who are more adapt to living in the natural environment, and then there are those that absolutely um,
Can't do it.
do. Yeah, they're resistant to the natural state of things, and they apply themselves more towards science,
Mm,
technology,
yeah.
you know, the
Mm,
and not looking at the spiritual, harmonious energy side of life and what it has to offer, but is enveloping the unnatural state of things and promoting that and going along with it. But I think it feeds back to something that was done to our genetics, which separates the naturalist from the technocratic.
I'd say that's relatively um, on point. I mean, uh, I would say that every time the grandchildren arrive, um, they just sit in their bums. They have no inclination to want to come out and chop a bit of wood or even go out and get some. Um, uh, not to say that. You know, they're lazy. It's just that they can't be bothered with that sort of stuff. You know, I mean, most of their time is spent with their face in their scrying mirror, you know, the phone, and that's all you know, that they want to be involved in. They don't want to be involved in doing things now. Get out in the garden, come out and help us, you know, weed the garden. Oh, gee, I'm not getting my hands and do it. Get under my fingernails. Been hours cleaning them. This is, oh crikey, you know.
Can
But
I was gonna ask
I'll,
if I could propose an idea, and I'd like to see what you think about an
mm,
idea, if I could.
Yes, please, please.
Okay, so let's suppose that our true creator is removing our souls, the ones who are ready, because this is a cycle. So let's say that some of us are waking up and we are ready to transmute from this earth to wherever the next place is.
That's
If
a
that
good
is the
possibility.
intention, I was going to say, if that is the intention of our creator, why do we need to chop wood? Why do we need to tend to this earth? If our creator is changing us so that we are now detaching from the earth and everything within it, why should we expect future generations to continue to attach to the earth if our creator is detaching us from it?
I can rebuttal on that definitely. Um, because I think that those who are detached from the earth are more prevalent in the genetic bloodline that was uh, impure and tampered with, as opposed to those that are naturally indigenous to the harmonies of this planet or plane or whatever you want to call it. And they conduct themselves in a totally different manner than those who feel that, you know, they've reached a plateau of development that they're ready to transcend. Because I don't think you ever stop learning. I really don't. But I think that those of us who are aware, aren't participating, and are somewhat ready to transcend, like you said, I think that's I think that's a part of our encoding. Whereas those who are more natural and more earth resonant, they're not feeling it. They're not. They're not.
mm,
They're not
mm.
ready. They're not ready. And that's okay.
That
But I
can't
think
be
it's
all the
interesting that
indigenous people I know. That can't be all of them. Just
well,
because
I
they're
know a lot of
indigenous.
indigenous people who talk about this. All it's embedded in almost all the religions that I have. I dug some rabbit holes on religions and I found a common message or several common messages in all of them, and they all talk about leaving this earth. The
And you're
Well,
the
right.
native
everybody
Indians
comes to
do
the
too.
end of their life and dies and goes somewhere else. But you know, that's a natural rhythm of the earth.
No, 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 not. I'm not talking about the death. What I'm talking about is about the
Yeah,
people.
I
Do
know
you?
what you're suggesting. I know what you're suggesting. Yes.
Yeah, like and even in history, they were talking about how so-called the Mayans disappeared, like the entire population disappeared. And what I'm proposing is if the Earth is not our final destination, why do we attach so much ideas to you have to be a part of the earth, And if you're not, then that's a bad
Well,
thing.
that if that big word there, if is if we transcend the earth, but that is that could be only a certain script that you've allowed to center your attention to. That's only still an if or a possibility. It's not really anything that you can focus on. But if you look around you, I mean, you're just saying that the animals and everything else here can stay here, and that all the people are just going to, the ones that know are all just going to disappear, and the rest are going to stay here and suffer. I mean, that's pretty harsh in
No,
itself. It's pretty
no,
harsh. Mm.
that's not what I'm proposing at all. But I see that a lot of people think that way. And I don't understand why. So the thing is there are infinite possibilities, but some of us only attach to the ones that are dread. But I don't see that possibility as even an option from the pattern that I have that's been laid out from our past to now. I don't see that the possibility that people are going to be left here to suffer. What I am witnessing with my real eyes and with my experience every day is that everything is transitioning right now. Everything is evolving. All of the animals on this planet are literally evolving right now. Dogs today are not the same as dogs when I was a child, and I'm almost 53. So when I was a
Well, that's
child,
all.
dogs are
That might be the
different.
dogs around you, but there's still dogs out around me that are not like that at all.
I know. So what I'm trying to say is that we're all existing at the exact same time and experiencing different paradigms at the same time. And so that's why I'm saying that this is a cycle where people cycle in or souls cycle in to different forms in this realm. Some cycle into, and I don't, from what I understand, well, I don't want to get into what I have not yet sussed out, but some cycle into a plant form, and some cycle into maybe an animal form to experience that. And then you cycle through different forms in this realm as a soul, and then you move to another level. You move from this earth plane to another plane, and it's the soul that's moving, not this body. So what I'm talking about is that we're talking in two ways or from two different positions, because a soul does not need to attach to this earth, but the human body, the vessel, does have a desire to do that, and that's okay. But
You
why
just
do we want to
described,
make it work? Hmm.
I'm sorry, Don. I wanted to say you just described Hinduism.
Uh, well, I
Sorry
don't.
about that.
No, that's okay. I don't subscribe to titles. I'm just saying this is what I'm experiencing. This is what I am witnessing. This is what has happened for me. And if someone calls it that, that's fine. But I think identifying things that way limits us. Because as soon as you identify with something, it's almost like it imprisons you in that identity. But what if we just drop the identity for a minute and just as we've been talking about, observe that, like we're all agreeing we're souls. So a soul doesn't have to attach to an earth, but our
I
human form wants to, and that's okay.
uh, see. I think that with that, the the benefits and the advantages of progression spiritually and physically are lost the minute that you lose your identity to your culture. And I think that, there was beautiful cultures that were highly spiritual, highly intelligent, and there's only one species and one lineage of that species that destroyed every nation it come in contact with.
Mm.
South America, to North America, to Africa, and even, amongst themselves in Ireland, thus the IRA and what happened there.
Mm.
And now
The
we're
Eye of
looking at
Chaos. Mm.
a new form of it happening across the pond on some islands, and there's an upheaval that is happening between the Caucasian and the more earth tone people, and it has gotten out of control violent.
Yeah, I
So I
mean,
think
there's a lot of stuff going on in Axis, and I think it's easy to turn our eyes off the stuff. I saw a very good thing where in a classroom, it's on one of the shorts in YouTube, but all the students come in, the lecturer's in front, and he just picks out randomly this one woman, and he says to her, "What's your name?" And she said her name. And he said, "Right." He said, "I want you to pack your things up and leave this room, and do not come back into my lecture ever again." And like she looked at him, and he just nodded and pointed his finger, and then she was just, and all the students were looking at her and looking at him, and thinking bewildered thoughts of what the hell's going on. And the young lady left, and like this was their first day, and nobody knew. And then the teacher said to them, "So, what happened there? Why didn't any of you stop me?" And they all looked at him, and he said, none of you stood up to defend her. You all just sat there looking." And he said, what's the first basis of anything, and that's to look out, for anyone around you is being mistreated,
thus
and
tribalism being more significant than the multicultural and mass introduction
exactly.
of. Yes, I get
Mm.
what you're saying. The tribe looks out for each member of the tribe and what that tribe has to benefit from that individual. I think
Yes.
that's going to be lost or has been lost. It's been lost in the West, except by the indigenous people. But now I'm watching that happen worldwide.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty tough on a lot of these families too, because the elders are not as happy, and they're getting disappointed. Yeah.
Well, we're outdated technology to them.
Mm.
We're obsolete. They have shit to replace us beyond comprehension. I've
Yeah.
been studying really deep into robotics, Hanson robotics, quantum computing, qubits, quantum computers, uh, you know, the realm of quantum mechanics and how it's applied and its relative nature in the processing of information now. And I look at all this and I'm thinking they're still going to ruins in Egypt and in South America, and these people that are archaeologists are being blown away by just the advanced mathematics that was applied in these structures and the resonance, the natural resonance of it. So these cultures had a lot to offer and still do, far beyond what we're capable of even reconstructing. But yet, we want to introduce a technology and a multicultural melting pot with anything goes, and we expect also to leave some type of significance that archaeologists 1,000 years from now, we're going to be a forgotten species. We're going to be uncultured, undefined by a culture, untribalized. That means that we're not going to care for our fellow man for any shape or reason. And what we have can easily be dissolved, burnt, and destroyed within a matter of 1,000 years. Whereas there's pyramids and architecture that has outlasted civilizations and tribes that developed and built these things that are far removed from where we're at now. What do you think of that? I mean, we
Oh
consider
well, I mean,
ourselves.
I agree totally because I consider myself an Earth person, you know,
Right.
and I'm sympathetic to the Earth and to all those that want to live here and that feel that their babies should have a right to live here and the generations following and whatever we are, whoever we are. And I'm sure there are many of us who have these sentiments that this earth is our home and why shouldn't we be looking after it and doing our best to make sure that the babies in the future have a place to come home to, to come to and to be, like maybe the souls that are out there have a place to come and be born to. But if we give up on it, if we forget it and flag it as if it's nothing, I feel that we're going to give up on our home. And if we give up on our home, then we're giving up on our generations too. Yeah.
Well, if you look at what's going on and you take a perspective of the natural state, which the Native American in me agrees with your natural state completely. And whenever you take that tribal and the immense amount of knowledge that each tribe had, especially in the pyramidal age, where they were making architectural pyramids and circuit boards out of the design of their villages and their cities.
All out of natural material too. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
The Native American in me agrees. Yes, absolutely. That is stewarding the earth and
Yes.
perpetuating a place for future generations to be born into, experience, and then to move on. But when you apply the technological, the hand of man into this, now you're talking everything from, genocide, biological warfare on a global scale, global being just a metaphor for this plane. Um, no, no identification whatsoever, and living under a constant threat without an identity. And I think that the tribal identity is more important than the technology and the advancement of that though that is going to be dominant and prevalent, and there's really no avoiding it at this point. But
At at
I
this
don't.
point, we can only hope, that's what I put it down to, that there will be one born in the generations to come, hopefully already born, maybe, and that has a way of bringing about change in that way. I always believe that every generation, uh, if you look at it like, how do I put this? I think I've done this somewhere else. Is where you look at the a continual line of people who have been making Swiss watches, the Swiss people, and they can, through the generations they've been putting watches together, and now you've got children who can put a watch together, and they don't even need to go into the factory to learn what the bloody other people are doing. They can just do it. You can get children being born, and they can play piano, they can play guitar, drums. I mean, I've seen a 3-year-old child playing drums. The whole unit was set up by her dad, but hell, I mean, that is incredible. There's the thing is that these new generations that are coming on, um, I think that it's like the generations that are probably, helping technology at this stage, and
Yeah, I
that's
think they're
and
devoid of
that's
the
and that's
concept of
seen.
tribal. Yeah, I think
But
they're
if
devoid
but
of the
if we were
concept.
mm,
Hold on,
if
D,
we were
just
to
for a
have
second.
like a tribal, like a
There we
birth
go.
from a tribal position, who who is a generation, but as pro, profound. No, what's the word? When you're really good at
Proficient.
proficient. There you go. Who's very proficient in the art of uh, counsel and the 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 structuring and of keeping not only family but whole tribal traditions together, um, and then be able to move into that technical field where they might be able to change and shift the direction of technology so that it's not, well, I don't know whether you can do that, whether you just pull the plug and eliminate the whole thing. That's the thing.
I think that these new generations lack the concept or the understanding of tribalism. Now, in a new um, era which we're under, I think those particular generations are learning a type of unity and a type of understanding that is coherent between each other, that is, kind of in the newer generation and new era that we're in, but it's not the same as what the true original ideal of tribalism, such as the people that structured these great monuments and megalithic sites, not the same type of tribalism and not the same type of approach, but it's a new type of tribalism that involves technology as opposed to naturalism. What's your take on that, Dom? Or Don? Here we go again.
No
Don.
worries.
Don. That's it.
Why you
I'm
call me
telling.
Dom?
I'm. I'm Freudian. I am a Freudian um,
Slip.
obscurity. Yeah, I'm kind of an anomaly when it comes to you and Dom. There's just something that does not register in my brain to differentiate. But anyhow, what's your take on the concept of the new tribalism under technology as opposed to the um, tribalism of old that was developing incredible cultures and leaving behind architecture that we're still somebody's really got some shit going on.
Sorry, it just started raining here. I had to get my babies in from outside.
Okay,
Um.
okay.
Anyway, sorry it cut off what you were saying, but yes. What do I think about the old tribes versus the new tribes? I say, who needs them? Because I don't need a word like the word tribe to tell me that there's a group of people who think alike, or there's a group of people that dress alike, or look alike. I don't need them because I am transcending this whole idea that we need to be someone or some group needs to compartmentalize us. For what purpose? Because if you think back in history, all wars came out of division, tribes, states, countries, whatever word you want to use. But is it possible to reach a point where those groupings are no longer necessary? Here in America, we group people by color. So dumb. What's the purpose of grouping by color? So we can fight. It's dumb. And then you got some people, and you see what color I am. You have some people who are the same or similar color as me who actually think that my voice is supposed to be the same as theirs. My life experience is supposed to be the same as theirs. It is so dumb. It's dumb. Like, we can see it's dumb. The world has transitioned out of that. But some of us are still attached to it. And that's because that's the paradigm that in their minds, their state of minds that they're still living in. That's okay. They can live that in their minds. But the rest of us don't have to agree to it. We can choose to move out of that into a more unified world. Why? Because there's no need for us to fight anymore. What are we fighting over? None of us really own this earth, but we are here to use it and to care for it while we are here, and to spread the same message that you're saying, Axis, and the same message that you're saying, D, can be pervasive without the limitations of tribes and countries and all of this nonsense that makes us believe that we are not one.
Well, I'm going to elaborate on that, and I'm sure that there's going to be a follow through with this. I believe that is a discarding of us being proper stewards to the earth for the perpetuation of our species and for the generations that are to come. And we are absolutely, through terraforming, through manipulation of weather, through warfare, through cultural mixing, to the point where there is no culture. And I think that is a slap across the face to the generations that have yet to experience life.
No,
Indeed. Go
indeed,
ahead,
I
D.
think it is. Well, I think you should go first. Um, Although, I mean, ladies first, that's how I always believe it.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh no, D, go right ahead. I spoke to you.
Oh, okay. I mean, the thing is, I I understand where Dawn's coming from. Transcending. I've always had this. What would you call it? I don't know. Because I've never had TV, I guess, really, and I've never really wanted to be around TV or movies. People go to the movies, I'd go out into the scrap. And when the TV got turned on, I'd go and do something, craft or something. But, you know, I mean, I've been in relationships with TVs, and I don't profound to have watched anything but the weather and the reports and the news, and that was about it, really. But you know, I feel that it wasn't until around 2016 when I got involved with. I came back home from Australia to New Zealand. I started getting involved more in depth into these rabbit holes in Facebook. Facebook, man, I tell you. Anyway, I was really caught up in it, but I figured it out that there was a lot going on out there that we were being subjected to, and there was a lot of propaganda that can let your mind get caught up in to hold you back from just being yourself and getting on with things, and abstaining from being in the world, so to speak, like Dawn says, and just getting on with life and not being involved with that. But what I've sort of thought to myself is that, you know, when you look at how vast those places are and how much they gossip about this and about that, but really, you know, it's turning people's focus away from anything that they do towards outside. There's a lot of people who sit in armchairs and talk all day long online and all night online. You know, I spent a whole bloody 26 hours a couple of nights ago, and I tell you, bloody hell, I nearly wrecked me. But I'm not used to that sort of stuff. I'm not. I mean, I'm going to be here. I'm going to go to sleep after this because I'm getting tired. But I normally go to sleep at 9 o'clock, and now it's 21 minutes past 11. That means 11:21, and so I kind of need to get off to sleep. But I just want to keep to the point here, and that is that through technology, a lot of traditional people and every other people, whether they are separate. I love what happened there.
Somebody's got an open feed. That, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
I was going to say, as a slave, from the position of a person who's a slave, they cannot conceive of a brother or a sister who is not working the fields, not, slaving, basically. They can't conceive of that because in their
I don't
world,
agree with you, Dawn. I think that's another firing shot at separating people. I disagree with that. I think that people use anything they will to make a point, and I think that's a bit rough. But
Well, you
anyway,
didn't let me finish saying what I was saying because I'm not making any jabs at anybody, but that's how you
well, I think
perceived
that
it.
sounds like a judgment to me.
I'm not making any judgment. You didn't let
Well,
me
you just
finish,
said
but you're hearing the
anybody. You
thoughts
said
in your
anybody
head.
that works.
You
Anybody
didn't
that
let me
works the
finish.
field is a slave.
I didn't
Let
say that. That is
let her
not what
finish,
I said at all. Hey,
Dean.
you're
Let her
listening
finish
to your
what
own
she's.
thoughts and
Oh,
blaming
yeah,
me.
but
That's
well,
not what I
all
said,
right.
but that's what causes conflict. You
It's okay. It's
misunderstood what I
okay.
said. Let me finish it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Finish what you're
Yeah, it
saying.
You finish
happens.
what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I'm making a point. For a person that's used to something being a certain way is what I'm saying, but I'm using the analogy of a person who is a slave. It's just a word. And a person who is used to working a lot. And that's what their life is used to. They cannot conceive of anything other than
Cannot
that. It's
conceive.
difficult for the
Listen to
you.
this.
You're taking offense at something that I
Well,
don't
you
think we
just
have
said I
any.
cannot
You,
conceive.
I'm not
I've worked
talking
hard
about
all my
you.
life. Well, I've
Oh my
worked
gosh,
hard
I
all
think
my
I'm
life.
gonna leave. I think I'm gonna leave this because I'm being misunderstood and misjudged. And you're just taking my words and listening to your own thoughts. And actually, I don't have a conflict with you, Dee. Think about what's happening here. Listen to what I'm saying right now. You're misunderstanding me because of the way you're thinking about what I'm saying, and you're upset about it. Is that fair to me? I
Because
don't think so.
I'm very attached to living on this earth until my time comes. But
Well,
until
that's
then, I
fine.
am going to work hard and do a lot to make sure that the generations to come have a place to come to.
That's
Let
fine, but you're misunderstanding what I'm saying
yeah.
and not allowing me to make my point, and you and I
Let
don't have a conflict. You won't
let
let me
me
finish
let me
and you're
bring
reacting.
resolve to this. Dean, you're a naturalist. I understand that, and you're going to live as a naturalist, and you've got your perceived way of doing things, and I appreciate that. Dawn is more of a transcendental state of mind, which doesn't necessarily correlate to the natural state of natural law. She has
Yes, it
a
does. I don't believe
well,
that
yeah,
way.
evolution. Yeah, I can. Well, yeah, you're right. That was bad on my
I
part.
actually agree with Dee, and I agree with you.
Well, I'm
So
just
that's
saying.
why I'm
There's
shocked at Dee's reaction because what I'm trying to say does not take away from what he is and what he's saying. It's actually a unification of it. But this is an example of what keeps happening here on this earth. People are fighting with each other, but they're really fighting with their own thoughts. Because I think for the most part, we agree. For the most part, I'm not talking about the ones that are clearly the division here, you know, the monsters, the people that are ruling over us without our will. I'm talking about you and I, where you and I actually agree, but you perceive that there is a problem. You think that I'm saying something that I'm not, and it's not my fault. I don't know why you're thinking that. I don't know why my words are making that
conviction.
happen. I can only apologize to you and go ahead and leave this
No, no,
chat.
I mean,
But
the thing is, you know, like um, when you say you're making a point, um, you know, I'm, I guess it's one of those things in me. When I was, and I've always been one of those people that people, because of my, what is it, my energy, I don't look my age. People always assume me as being a boy, and so um, I've I've been defensive most of my life in that way, where if I feel that somebody's pointing at me, it's not something I like in myself. that I react, but when I feel like um, they're using me as their example, um, or something of that nature, I feel offended. That's all.
Is it kind of like your convictions are being challenged?
Yeah, kind of, because I mean, I, I have planted a lot of trees. My family, my mother was very uh, what do you call it? Determined about how she treated the earth and how we should treat the earth, and how we should look after our home. And uh, her because she was a teacher. She was a teacher when she was, she was trained as a teacher. Um, and she even taught in the next classroom where I was at school when I was in the standards. I think I was in standard 2 at that stage. So she was very strong in her convictions about what we should and how we should treat our home. And I don't talking about our bloody building home. I'm talking about the earth, and that's why I say that when people are prepared to forsake digging into the ground and what they call slaving, I take offence to that, because I feel that those who have tended the earth and looked after it and planted trees and done their best to build um, their living unit within the environment, to work into the environment, so they're not disturbing the environment. I think these are the true stewards. And just because someone who might think they are slaves, I feel that these people should be kept as a credit, not as a slave. Yeah.
Dawn,
Well,
what do you
clearly
think?
I used a word that triggered you. I had no idea it would trigger you. But don't you think that that is sad? That I could not finish what I was saying, and I am grateful that you shared with me, with us, what your position on this, because I think we're all one. I'm
Of
not
course, we're
against
all
you.
one. I know you're not against me. It's just I feel sometimes we use words without, you know,
Well,
when
but
you
how am
when you
I?
when you say you, I feel that when the word you is like a big finger, you know,
What do you
you.
mean you?
Well, when you say the word you, when you do this or when you do that or when you're doing rah
Okay,
rah.
so can you see the insanity that comes out of all of this language that humans use, but it's not intentional. Words literally get in the way. Dom knows I say this all the time. People don't understand how much words get in the way because everything is relative. I use a word the way I'm intending, but I have no idea that you have a different use for it and
Well,
you're
when you
reacting
say
to that.
we and then when you're talking we and then
But
you, it's kind
are
of
you,
makes a separation. It does
it's just a
tend.
word to me. Can you want me to understand how you feel about it? Can you understand how I feel about it?
I do know how you feel about it. I'm just
No, you don't
just
because you haven't let
yes,
me
I do.
finish.
Good morning, Don.
Okay.
Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Axis. Mic
Good
check.
morning,
Hey,
Lonnie. How are
hey.
you?
I think we're kind of looping here, guys. So I
Yeah,
interjected. I'm sorry.
we are. No, you're right. What I
Yeah.
think is it's a design of conviction, that got misconstrued between two people during a conversation, and someone who was relaying their perspective and their ideal, and it was
I strongly agree.
just a loss of communication. And I think we should move forward and keep the information flowing and understand that we all misconstrue each other at some point in time.
Well, I don't wish to offend Dawn in any way, so please, Dawn, do not take offense with me.
I was going to add to what you guys were talking about, actually. That's why I actually chimed in.
Oh, Don, don't leave. Don't really. Please come
Yeah,
back.
don't leave. Yeah.
That's unfortunate because I've spoken to her before, and she's one of the reasons I came up.
Wonderful.
Yeah, she is. Dawn, come back, please.
I'm already tired. I'm already over my time bed. Yeah, I was going to sleep at 9 o'clock. I already told myself. I came up. I thought, well, I'll be up here for an hour, but it's not an hour. It's now bloody 3 hours, and I'm tired. I'm not made for this stuff.
We'll get your butt to bed, man. Before Maureen,
I am in
smacks you
bed.
around
I
a bit.
am in bed. I've been in bed since I started here. That's what I said.
How you doing,
That's what I
Dean?
said. I'm tired, bro.
Yeah,
I've been up. I'm tired, bro. I've been awake for how many hours was I awake with you guys?
You're a busy man. You're driven, for sure.
Bro,
I would like to say, Rose, Don,
Dawn.
yeah, you're welcome. Please come back. Don't let that discourage you from the panel. It was just a misconceived interpretation of someone's conviction. That's all it was.
And that's how I
It's
seen it.
nothing. Yeah, it's nothing to disrupt the flow of communication, because what we've got going on here is an anthropology perspective of technology and natural tribalism. And I love that, because that's the duality of man.
I was going to add to it, man, and when I heard the slave thing, you know what I mean. What I instantly thought was that I didn't go to what I know, because I'm trying to relearn everything I ever knew. Okay, so now I'm seeing us all as slaves in a slave system. Okay, so being enslaved, and I mean by the populace, the entire populace of, no matter where we are at, we're all in the same place, though, are we not?
We're subjected to the principality, which is creating a narrative, and that's by mass, and it's a spell in action, thus principality being influence, and we personify and project that through our state of being.
There,
yes,
you said
absolutely.
All about perception. All about
Yes.
perception. There it is in a nutshell. Okay, and that's what I was gonna contribute to where I'm at in a frame of mind and a mindset. It's a learning process, man. But see, I see where Dean's coming from, and Dean is more fortunate than a lot of other individuals like myself, maybe even you, Axis, because we grew up with these technologies that he didn't partake in, like the television. Okay, we've had them drilled into us, programmed. You know what I mean? And Dean didn't have that. He got his indoctrination another way. Now, how did he get it? But he did get it, though, didn't he?
Well, it was his environmental influence. He grew up with people that were environmentally in touch with the natural state of things, and that's what he was subjected to, and that's what he holds conviction to.
Right.
That's learned behavior.
Sure.
It's not bad by any shape
No.
or means, because I hold naturalism to be extremely spiritual, tribal, and sacred. But also, Dawn's side, I know that she's emulating the exact same thing. I'm trying not to speak for her, but there's a technology encroachment that is happening that's going to remove that natural state. And I think that if I can, Dean, speak freely for you for a minute, I think that encroaching uh, technical anti-natural state is kind of what Dean doesn't necessarily
It
see as
offends me.
being. Yes,
It
it's
offends me.
not being conducive to the perpetuation of our species and the planet. We're being bad stewards of technology. We're not
Mm.
stewarding the world, the natural state of things, and future generations. So, and I'm torn between the two. I mean, there's a part of me that says, "Wow, you know, if I could transfer my consciousness into a cybernetic form and surpass hundreds and hundreds of years of life like it was nothing and be kind of environmentally sound and sufficient." But then there's another part of me that says, build the bonfire and sit around and share some stories or use the talking stick or the pipe and spiritually engage each other. And that's what my conflict is within me. But Dean takes the more uh, convicted by the natural state of things. If
I
I
am. I
elaborated that
am.
right.
I guess I am. That is correct. I am.
She's in the chat, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I see
Dawn.
Ron.
Okay.
Yeah, all love to Dawn.
Yeah, she's awesome, and I know that, and I was trying to catch you up here, Don. Unfortunately, you're in the chat, not up here, but I always enjoy hearing you speak.
Yeah,
And
she's always a welcome guest.
yeah, she's definitely knowledgeable and just a complete sweetheart and a good spirit, man. So yeah, kudos to you and much love. And
Yeah,
everybody
and
else,
I under
Cole, Dom, Divine Spark, hello.
yeah, everybody in chat, hello, and definitely Dawn. I understand your progressive idealism of human evolution, and I'd love for you to come back up and discuss it further. I think that you hold something of value to this conversation that is going to be vacant and void, and it's not going to be as productive as it could be without you. So please know all love, and I'm going to drop the link, and I would so much appreciate you to continue with what you're doing and what you're saying because you hold great significance to this conversation.
Dom, you can get your ass up here too. Just saying.
It's good to have you, Lonnie. It's been a while, man.
Yeah, man, and a big reason why I hit the link. I've not spent a lot of time online. We all know that I had some health issues and stuff, and I'm still currently, going through that. But
Death, wasn't it?
yeah, that went sepsis, and yeah, it was a really bad deal, man. And then I lost some mobility in my hand to where I couldn't move two fingers. But it's I'm finding out that it's they're getting the ligaments are getting hung up on the scar tissue, so they may have to go back in again, do another surgery, remove the scar tissue so I can use two fingers. But to say the least, man, I'm going to go out today and buy me a new foot pedal, multi effects.
All right.
Yeah,
All
man, I
right.
went and checked it out yesterday, and my check didn't clear. So I'm mad.
Here we go. Now we can continue on with the narrative. Bless you for coming back. Thank you
Yeah,
so
welcome
much.
back.
Welcome back.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to hear and have you continue on with your information and your perspective on I'm all ears.
I'm muting up.
Okay, what I was trying to say was that from a position that you're in, I'm not going to try to identify a position, but if you stand in a position or a belief, it can be hard to understand someone else's belief because it's different. It has to do with the fact that we're in this human form that's restricted to these five senses for most of us or many of us. But what I was trying to get at was that just because we have a particular belief system doesn't mean that everyone should have the same, because we are all here at the same time, but living completely different experiences. And so all I was trying to get at was that we are not affected because someone else sees things differently, because we're all here seeing things differently from someone else. And we want to be free to have our beliefs, which means we have to allow others to have their beliefs. But collectively, we can still have our beliefs and have our experiences together here without fighting about it. We can recognize someone else's ideals or ideas that we don't agree with and don't subscribe to it without having to make war on it. War is the energy that has been controlling, or part of the energy that's been controlling and pervasive in this realm for so long, feeding off of our fear. But if we break it down and we don't worry about judging somebody else, just look at ourselves and make choices for ourselves, then I don't think we have to worry about whatever they are trying to do. And that doesn't mean that we have to go along with anything. We don't have to. We just don't
Well,
participate.
I
That's it.
think, yes, I'm going to elaborate on that. I think that 99.9% of humanity is not mature enough to reach that state. And I will stand on that. They are not mature enough to conduct themselves as a non persecutive and non intrusive entity or species. I just don't see that development within our species at all. I see quite the opposite. I think we're an
Yes.
anomaly. I think
Well,
we are the 1% that's looking at things and going, why aren't they getting it? What are they missing? What is it they can't see? What is the problem?
I think that's what you're seeing now, but that's not always going to be the position you're in, because as you continue down your rabbit holes and as your awakening continues to develop, you will start to see things in a different way as you're ready. That's how this system that we're living in, called Earth, works. Each person has their awakening in their own time. And to have an expectation that right now all of us must agree or see things the same way is also a belief system that we don't have to remain attached to. From my perspective, from my experience, I am seeing literally every day people changing right before my eyes to a more gentler, calmer, more loving, more environment conscious, more connection with the earth again. I'm witnessing the rise of the woman coming back in my community to help take care of the community, disconnecting itself from the government, taking care of the people on our own. I am witnessing that. And I know I'm not the only one. And I'm not expecting that it has to be the same for everyone right now. But I know that if I embody it within me, that that's what my desire is, and others do the same, then this change will progress to what we want it to be. not to what the dying system, the dying powers want it to be, if that makes sense.
Right. And for your individual perspective, um, that's a sounds like a wonderful, peaceful place, and it sounds like you see something that I'm not seeing. Um, where I come from, and this is the more technical side of me. I see that we're delivering ourselves over to our own self-destruction with technology. And unless we make some type of diversive change in the way that we're using technology, it will consume and destroy us as a species. As opposed to the other side of me, which is the more spiritual side, that says, you know, the tribalism and the spirituality are much more important and seem to be more perpetuating towards nature and perpetuation of life and future generations, as opposed to the technology that has a means to an end. And I mean an end to our species.
Well, I think, like I said, over time it has to unfold for you in your own way, and each of us in our own time. But what I am seeing is that there is no end to the human race because the ones that are here attempting to manipulate us are not in control. And when I learned a message, I think it was from Eckhart Tolle, that said, when you cannot see the world that you want to see, try to find it within yourself first. Because if you can find it within you, maybe it can begin to manifest outside. Now, that doesn't, that's not talking about, I don't want to attach to the word you personally. What I'm trying to say is we create what we want inside of us, and then it appears before us. And so
Very
you're
good.
already doing that. You're already, um, you're seeding the culture you want to see with this kind of,
May,
YouTube.
may I do that?
Go ahead.
So yeah, I have to strongly agree with her, man, because uh, from what I'm finding out and learning is though um okay, there's a lot that goes with what she's saying, but for the lack of a better word, I agree because I'm learning this that if one is like man, everybody uses that word that she just used, manifest. Okay, and everybody thinks that they can do that, and they really, yeah, you can. And this is how you don't know that it works. Though that you manifest, and it doesn't manifest in your reality, in your world, it does somewhere in someone else's. That manifestation will happen, and I mean, it's strange, but it's very true. And yeah, I have to agree with her that um, she just the way she talks, man. You gotta really think about what she's meaning, and if you want to elaborate a little bit further on it, Don, uh, you may.
No, I'll let someone else speak. Thank you, though, guys.
No problem. No problem.
So, Lonnie, let me ask you this. And
What
the
happened?
natural state of things. Hello?
Okay.
What's your take on tribalism and the natural state of things as opposed to the, the technological state that we're finding ourselves in and the advancement of that technology infringing on us to the point where it's physically becoming a
Well,
part of us?
I have to add to this, man, before I even if I even attempt to answer that question. I'm probably the wrong person to ask that.
Why? Have you not experienced both?
Well, I think you know what I've experienced, and I think you know what I experience,
Right, right.
and nothing's changed for me.
So to you, technology is a double-edged sword.
Here's the well, yeah, and only because I transmute energies now.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I
Okay, and
got
I'll
you. And
elaborate. Go ahead.
I think that that Dawn uses her projected manifestation and her energy to create a loving, perceived environment. Um, and I also, with your energy, and I don't know how far you've developed yourself, but it seems that you have a much better control over what your perspective and transference of energy is and the feedback of things. The construct will feed back that which you project into it.
Right.
And I think Dean, um, holding the natural ground and the anti technology state,
Mm-hmm.
it's where his energy goes and flows. So I'm watching three different people
They're extreme, actually.
projecting. I'm
The
sorry, what?
differences. The three
Yeah,
of us are completely extreme, different.
we're projecting three different concepts into the field of influence and getting three different perceptions back and trying to make a coherency of them.
You want me to elaborate a little bit further on it and where we're coming from
Please.
to the audience?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
I'm what you would call, and I don't identify as one, a targeted individual. I'm the extreme of what technology can and is doing to certain individuals. That is a psyop and a, for lack of a better word, deep state project. And it's worldwide or realm wide, worldwide, whatever the hell, wherever we're at. Okay, wherever you're at. But here's the thing. The more I learn, the stronger I become. And the more changes I go through. Now, in saying that, Dom's known me for quite a while. You've known me for quite some time as well. Same with Dean. Me and Dean's talked quite a bit. And you guys have, known some of my struggles, and you've seen me go through these things, and it's not been easy. And I've tried everything to alleviate it, or to just deal with it in a nutshell. But it is spiritual and it is technology, so it's both. Okay, but we're all what Don was saying. We are all one, and yeah. I don't know if you want to call it the all, the oneness, universe, whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it God, okay. I've even heard God is Gabriel, and that's how they even got God. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me.
Well,
Go ahead.
to me, there's the is and there's the architects.
Yes.
The is the all-encompassing, and the architects are the creators.
Yeah. And it's irrelevant who made this plane of existence we're on. It doesn't really matter. But if you know that there's a power greater than yourself and you're part of that, then what else do you need to know?
Well, there's on a fractal level, there is individual coding into each individual. There's coding in Dean, which causes Dean through conditioning and learned behavior to take his perspective and stance. There's a coding that allows you to take the stance that you're taking of understanding and development and acceptance with a broad mind. The same as Dawn has her same encoding. And yeah, it's all written in the same language, a binary type language that is universal amongst each of us, the same as mathematics is. But the results and the return are so diverse, and the one that I think that should prevail is the one that is more perpetuating for the natural state of reproduction and environmental security for future generations without the destruction and the alteration of complete land masses. And I see that as a detriment. And I think that it is a energy consuming monster that utilizes the human race. So, and with individual perspectives, though we have that common thread, same in mathematics, different encoding, that the tribal nature and that what it has to offer is more prevalent, and especially when it comes to energy. I think that they're capable of working with energy and bringing together through that equation people like you, Dawn, Dean, and utilizing each of us and our perspectives and our realities to create a productive tribal situation that is perpetual.
And I have to agree with you on that, because it all comes down to exactly what you just said, energy. And I never knew anything about these energies until the past couple years, and once you start to learn about these things, you start, it becomes natural. I mean, I don't know if this makes any sense, but there's things that I do that I don't know how I do them. You might remember this. You remember when Phil told me to transmute those energies that were hurting me? That that he does it, and he used to
Right.
get pissed at me. He used to get so pissed at me, dude, because I was being hurt, and he's he told me about the transmutation of these energies to where they didn't affect him, blah 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 blah. I just thought he was full of shit, and but he used to get mad at me over it, man. And I'm like, I'm not you, Phil. I can't do what you do. But in fact, now I do. This whole existence is nothing but like a school, man. It's all through trial and error and learning how to do things or not learning how to do them and just doing them naturally. Okay, like loving. Okay, and having compassion and empathy and shit. A lot of people don't agree with the word empathy, but I do, and that I think that's what makes me who I am. I don't think without the two together, I don't think I would be what I am.
So,
how do you feel, Lonnie? Oh, sorry. I was
do
going to
you
ask
think
Lonnie.
that empathy that you're feeling is the thread that would allow
I think it's
all
the
of our
God gene, man.
personalities?
I think it is the God gene.
Okay, got you.
I think that
Go ahead.
there is the God gene.
So that's the common thread that holds us together under diverse circumstances
I
of
think
our
so.
comprehension.
Yes, that
And
word
they don't have it.
empathy.
Go
Yes,
ahead, Dawn.
yes, Lonnie, the ones who are trying to emulate us, but also use our energy to keep themselves alive because they cannot keep them, they're not true humans anymore. Those, they don't have empathy. They've lost that connection
Right.
that allows you to feel for another human. How? Why? Because you recognize yourself in
Yes.
them.
Yes.
You cannot recognize yourself in someone else
I've always said it.
except you
My
accept.
compassion is my weakness.
Mhm. That's right. And actually everything here is dualistic. That's why I say that I don't identify with any of these religions and belief systems anymore
Me neither.
because I've seen above them already. I see that there's a higher, something above the mind. Everything is mind when you're
Mental.
believing in something. But
I
if
had a
you let
question.
go of it, go ahead, Lonnie.
And I was going to ask Access this as well. So I'm like I said, I don't identify with religion. Okay, I think it's all bullshit, but I find it very interesting and very um, educational for my personal knowing. Okay, because I'm a sponge. And I want to learn and I want to know where people are coming from, and I know a lot of good people that people I think are good people like Access that I don't agree with things that they do, but that's them. That's not me. And like I'll put it out there, Lady Babylon. I am just completely. I love the guy. He's a wealth of information. Now, whether I believe it, I think this guy is a true translator. I think he is deciphering these texts, and I think he's putting them out there for what they truly are because he's even teaching people the ancient Greek. Okay, so I just find it really interesting that the information that's coming out, and I just wanted to know: is it wrong to be so um oh, I'm just really curious
Receptive?
about yes because I've never been so close-minded, and that's what pisses my girlfriend off, that she thinks just because I hear something or see something that I believe it. No, because she has no idea the shit that I do hear, and I only talk about very little with her because when we met 7 years ago she was telling me about universe and energies, and I just thought she was crazy, but
Well, if I can, I'll let you know. Now, before I took the 2 years to take an internal journey, and that's exactly what I did. Is I went completely introspective, and I pushed myself to the brink of death more than once, to the point where if I do it again, I'm probably, that'll be my last time in the ER. And when I come out of it, which has been recently, and I know the inner me, the quiet me that goes beyond the wakened state, beyond the subconscious, to the quiet observer that is the center source of me. It's just an observer. It does not react. It just takes in the information. And if you do that on a conscious level and you're taking in all that information and knowledge, that's a good thing. But if you utilize that information and knowledge to harm something or to bring dismay to it, that's not such a good thing. So all knowledge is good, but the application of it is not always a worthwhile venture for
well,
the benefit of all.
I would agree because it's not real attractive for me to openly watch this channel and like say for instance my girlfriend come in and see I'm watching this channel that's allegedly, which I don't subscribe to evil. I think evil is only what individuals do, and it's a label. It's just bad shit, man. um I
What
don't
do
know.
you deem as evil? What do you see as evil?
I
I'm real
don't.
curious.
I don't. I just see bad shit.
Okay, you can't identify evil then.
Not anymore. Not now that I know that religion is word of man, not the word of God.
Okay, so you've discarded the ideal of good and evil.
I see through the bullshit.
Okay. Okay,
It's
I get
stories.
it.
It's stories, man. It's just stories. Um,
Yeah.
Well, see,
what's
I'm
that?
an omniist. I'm an
Okay.
omniist. I
I like-
observe and recognize all religions, philosophies, and I utilize the best parts of them to be
I
able to
respect them.
function. I utilize, I take from them what I need to get through this experience with least
Right.
resistance.
Same here. And when I say respect, I don't say that the related respect religion. I respect the individuals that I respect others' personal choice because of respect of who I am. I would I don't want to challenge anyone's faith. I'm finding if you do something like that, they seem to take it as a personal attack, and I can understand why. Okay, it's not.
It,
Go ahead.
hold on. Whoa. I do. I do not agree with what is happening in the British Isles at this point in time because of someone's faith and belief. It is imminent to my survival that certain people and their idealism not impede itself on my existence because I may not survive it. So,
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to. So
um, let's say there was a religion that people ascribed to that said, we don't appreciate people with the name Lonnie, so we're going to delete them.
okay,
At,
I know now.
yeah, and that's happening right now worldwide, and especially in one particular island nation.
I didn't know that, but I know that uh, they've been doing it for a long time. We just didn't know about it because we were asleep.
Amen. Because what's really happening is we're becoming aware. And when we wake up from a
But who woke
sleep
us?
that we
Who
didn't
woke us?
know we woke ourselves. And let me say it differently. It's almost like there is an
Activation.
alarm clock, a time clock, a program within us that
Activation.
mhm, that is by design. Some say we pre-decided what we wanted in before we came into this realm. But it seems that when we go through a series of events in our life that is teaching us, but really it's our soul that's being taught. And when our soul has enough, I want to say education, but that's really not the word that I need, enough information or education, then it's ready to receive some more truth. But it has to be doled out to us little at a time because this human form cannot accept truth.
I
We
agree.
have trouble accepting truth in this human form. But then I was going to give an analogy that maybe some people can see that will help you to understand what it is that Lonnie and I are pointing at. If you've ever seen that movie, Divergent, and what it is pointing at is this person or several people had the ability to go through this sequence, to go into this um, alternate reality sequence, a test, and
Hmm.
they were able to go through that sequence and not be distracted. They could see through the distractions and keep focused on what the main goal is. That's what this earth is like It's not exactly that. It's like that because everything is a distraction here.
Yes, it is. And I'm going to add to that
And
real quick, Don. So don't stop. What's happening with me is when I get to where she's saying, stay on my path, I get these distractions with the aerial, um, they call it aerial theater, okay? And what I mean is this: everywhere I go, and I'm talking about my physical self, the Lonnie program. I have a plane follow me everywhere. I mean, everywhere, all day, all night. It doesn't change. It's everywhere I go, and I make it known. I tell people about it. I'm like, watch this shit. Watch when I walk outside. It's going to happen, but it does happen. So it's the people that don't see it. Is I'm just like, how do you not see this shit when it's happening in real time? It makes no sense, and it's like it's it's something else. But back to what you were saying. Continue.
You're cutting out, Lonnie.
Continue, Don. I'm sorry.
You cut out. You completely cut out with that what you were saying.
And it doesn't surprise me. Point made.
Okay.
yes,
Gotcha.
to wrap up, it's sort of like that movie, but there are a lot of signs, symbols, movies, songs that are talking about the same thing that has been talking about it for a long, 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 long time.
Every song.
And this message has been on this earth for longer than Christianity, longer than Jesus. Jesus isn't the only one that came with the message. His message has been corrupted in the Bible
Mm-hmm.
that we see today. And what I'm pointing at is the fact that what we are doing is waking up to who we are. And the way the system works is you wake up in your own time. And the interesting thing about it is all of us seem to have the same pattern. We wake up, we're in shock about the state of things. We get angry. We start to try to tell other people. But when you try to tell people who are not ready to wake up, they
You're
get
crazy.
angry. You lose family and friends. They can't see it. I literally
Right.
had a friend during my awakening, which started before 2020. In 2017, 2018, we were standing beside each other looking at the same sky, and he could not see those planes that were spraying the sky, and it was not a
Wow.
regular plane. He couldn't see it, and there were three of them right in front of us, and he couldn't see it. He say, "What are you talking about? There's nothing there." I'm like, "Right in front of us. Can't you see it?" He couldn't see it. He was seeing puffy clouds. I was seeing streaks in the sky, standing right next to each other. So people have to understand that this reality is not what we were taught. And when you're ready to let go of it, you will see a magnificent appearance of what you never knew was there, but that's what it really is.
Would you agree to this, Don? I'm finding out that, in fact, everything that you do comes back to you. And I say that because I've said, and this is how I feel, that all the bad shit that I've done in my life, I've paid for it. Okay, through what I've been going through, and I think that all of us, at one time or another, are going to do exactly that. What you the energy that we put out, universe mirrors back. The universe isn't always this loving, caressing, nurturing energy. It's not.
I think it's indifferent, and I agree with that. I hold true to the philosophy and the understanding that we project into whether you want to call it the ether or pre-event horizon what we're going to manifest. And the universe being indifferent and the is being indifferent, we will influence the constant with energy or ideals, and it will perpetuate it back to us. That's why each of us see different realities, is because we're projecting into what the narrative is about to be in the future and living it, because that is our projection of energy and the construct feeding it back to us.
Now, are we bleeding into others' reality? Do you think that that's possible?
Well, I've been studying a lot on the many worlds theory, M theory, and how that's actually got applicational influences into our reality and to other potential realities. And that goes on a fractal scale of the many worlds interpretation.
Right, just like time. We all have the ability to slow it down. I've done it on multiple occasions that I even remember, and it's as simple. I can't figure it out for the life of me, but I don't know if it's by keywords, things that I say or didn't say, but thought. But I think that we can only do it when there's certain things involved, and in my case, the case that I remember doing them, the two times I did do it, I was saving the vessel. Do you understand what I mean?
You were saving?
I was saving the vessel. I was getting in a car wreck. Time before that, I got shot.
Okay, you're talking suspended time during and before traumatic experience.
Like they say, your life flashes before your eyes. Well, mine did that in an instant, but it slowed down frame for frame as I was in control and at the wheel, literally.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, my girlfriend was with me, and okay, so here's a little bit of what I'm talking about. We got in a car wreck, got at 70 mile an hour, had a pit maneuver done on us by an 18-wheeler. Okay, this is after he done chewed through my driver's side door and shattered my window, and I had glass in my eyes. I had enough time to look over at my girlfriend and say, "We're gonna be okay, babe. Hold on." Okay, and we spun in front of him, and I kept us, instead of going into a 360, sliding out of the slow lane into the middle lane and into the fast lane, and then hit the guardrail and slide, a couple hundred feet. We shouldn't have survived it, but we did. We didn't speak about it in depth for quite some time because we didn't realize what had happened. We thought we're just lucky, but in my mind, I kept replaying it and replaying it and replaying it. But
if I may, I would say that you suffered an experience of being present in the time and space that you occupied.
I don't know if I would agree with that or disagree, but okay.
Really? You don't think that you were cognitively present in a state that you do not generally occupy at that point in time, to be able to slow that down frame by frame and be able to interpret and maneuver through it the way that you've done?
Well, I think that I knew that in my head, I seen a ball of metal with blood coming out of it when I'm looking at this dude sitting up in a semi-tractor trailer, barreling down at us. And I thought to myself, the same thing I had thought before when I slowed it down, and it was this. Oh, no, not like this.
Okay.
The exact same thing the first time.
You were able to trigger that state.
Right, right. only sense I made of it, and it's not for everyone. But in my reality, that's what happened, and my girlfriend thinks the universe intervened. Okay, but
If I can, how did you get in a fight with a rig?
I was leaving Texas Roadhouse, man, Thursday night about 9 o'clock. High traffic out at 9 o'clock in Indianapolis, and I was headed home, and a semi driver was in the middle lane, and he decided he wanted to come over and occupy my lane with
Were
me
you on
being in it.
465?
Yeah,
Was you
so
on
no, I was on
460,
65 South.
65 South? Okay.
Yep,
Okay. I got
yep,
you.
yep.
That would have
Getting off
been just
Southport Road,
outside
man.
of Indy.
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
Yep.
And,
Happened right in
and
front of St. Francis Hospital, man.
okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. So
Yeah.
that's where you and this rig decided that you weren't going to share the same lane.
Right, right. Yeah, that we
Okay.
were going to converge on each other's path, I guess.
Okay,
But
I got you. I got you.
but yeah, and you know, I come from uh, a, a Protestant family religion. You know, my mom believed in God, but it wasn't a devoted practitioner of the faith. But you know, she did believe in God, and she instilled that in us kids. And I went and lived in a Catholic school for a year, and you know, I always felt like a phony, you know, and I even begged for God to intervene and help me become a good, you know, follower, and just to help me believe. And but it never happened. I always felt fake and empty, and I didn't feel like it was right, you know. And I thought I was atheist for a long time, you know, but then I'm like, I can't be atheist. I got to be agnostic, you know, because I know that there's something out there. I know that we're not we're here for a reason, and I know something made us, and you know that there's a universal. I don't. I want to say I was thinking energy, but like a being that was all knowing and powerful, and I was part of that.
Okay. See, I understand that on the level of the fractal universe, and the hierarchy of consciousness and the state of being, more so now than I did um, years ago, because I took a deep introspective journey to the removed safety protocols and went as far as the mind could go, to the point where your body's about to die and you would be considered not mentally competent.
Right.
And I understood at that point in time, um, that I was a created being living in a created construct. And it had a solidified nature to it, which is the constant, but yet it could be influenced. And you can do that internally. And I also realized that this is a solo adventure beyond all perception
Truly
of
is.
other people. Yes. And in that, I also found understanding, and
Right.
I understood the influences of energies and various states of energies that are present and constant within our reality here, that are not manifested into visual form or within our perspective of perceiving. And they have an effect on our being if you allow that to happen. I, on the other hand, kind of push away good, bad, or indifferent invoked energies, or energies that are present just by being there And the state of slowing things down or reaching and achieving a state of mind that brings you present into the moment just before a traumatic or a death type experience um, was something that I went through probably 3 or 4 times in the last
So
two
you relate.
years, pushing my body to the edge so the mind could perceive and be broadened to the point where I didn't have the same safety protocols as others. So yeah,
Right.
I completely understand, um, and I grasp what you're saying, and that state of being, um, and the understanding that there are different states of different
It's called
states of
Christing, man.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
called Christing.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah. So to elaborate on what I'm saying is what I'm learning is that's what this Jesus character was doing. He was Christing, but he was Christing um, through drugs. I mean, that's not for everybody. I mean, but that's what I've learned, and that's where we get the term Christing or Christ. It
Um,
wasn't what people think.
okay, because
So go ahead.
I um I used various introductive um, influences into the body as I would reach these states. So I
Sure.
understand, and like DMT and ayahuasca being a temporary um, ability to perceive higher states or varied states or broadened states
Right.
temporarily. Whenever you push yourself, um, mind and body to the brink, you reach that Christ type awareness, um, and you're able to relive that in every moment afterward once you've taken that endeavor. And it's not like ayahuasca or DMT that goes away and it was just a temporary state. Whenever you take that journey yourself and you remove those safety protocols that broadens your ability to perceive things outside of the spectrum of general human perception, you keep that. You're able to hold on to it without the introduction of drugs or.
Right. Divine Spark was asking what I meant. I don't know if you're referring to the Christing thing, or is that what it was? So what basically what we're talking about is what he's saying as far as the ayahuasca and all that. So come to find out through deciphering and translations of the ancient Greek, not Greek, but there's a big difference between ancient Greek and Greek. And that the Hebrew language only had 5,000 words versus 500,000 that the ancient Greek has. And through new translations, we're finding out that the Jesus character actually was a drug user, and all his followers were drug users. And what he was doing was going in this state of Christing, and Christing was with a drug, okay, and it would take you to death, but bring you back. Their hands being the rebirth and being reborn, what the
Right,
Christ.
right.
So
And I
that's what
understand that.
I was talking about.
Yeah, the reason I understand that is because in the last 2 years of my endeavor, um, the last one put me in the emergency room,
Yeah.
and because I would push my body and deprive it of food, and just enough to sustain life, and eventually I would go long enough in that state that I was on the brink of death. And when I would reach that state, I was able to remove safety protocols and observe that state of being and all that was perceived with it, internally and externally. And I was able to keep it. When I come back this last time, I was able to retain that state of being. But that's just me, that's just my experience. But I can relate completely.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say earlier about, um, listening to all these other channels and stuff. And just because I don't agree on some things doesn't mean that I don't want to hear what some have to say, because I think we find knowledge and real truth in the least expected places. That's why I'm not closed minded, and I don't close myself off from anyone.
So, Don, have you ever had that Christing experience, that um, overwhelming understanding of the moment and the intense perpetuation of the moment moving forward?
Yes, I have those moments quite often now because I am more open to accepting reality. Quite often, I see a pattern of behavior in someone or in something, meaning I will see an activity that's going on and I will recognize the pattern. It's almost as if, excuse me, it's almost as if it jumps out at me. And all of a sudden, I have to, whoa, what was that? And then settle my heart,
Mm.
breathe through that intense shock that my body feels of seeing something that you're not used to seeing. And then a pattern appears. And quite often I see myself. It's quite an emotional experience because it brings compassion, love. You feel sadness at the same time because you see that maybe you have done some things that hurt others, but
Hmm.
you didn't realize. I didn't know. You didn't know, which then brings compassion for the person that you're seeing going through it. Now, at the same time, I'm a human being in this form, and I become frustrated as well. And what I've learned is the key is to allow energy to flow, because the blocking of energy has been a key part of causing our mania.
Mm.
We have been tricked into not allowing our natural energy to flow. So we're waking up to feeling energy in our body and it freaks us out. We think something's wrong. Now
Right.
we're aware of the thoughts. We're like, oh my God, something's wrong with me. But in
Hmm.
reality, we're just becoming aware. And all we have to do is just get used to feeling those energies because they give you a message. They point at something important for you to learn because we're becoming one with our soul. That's it.
I had a question for you, Don. Do you speak of the soul, but I've not yet heard you say anything about the spirit. Do you believe there's a spirit as well, or are the soul and the spirit the same?
I believe we are made of three. How interesting to come from a heavy religion background as a child, what I would call a cult, and to learn about the Trinity, God, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, or sometimes called Holy Spirit. And I remember being taught in Sunday school that we are made in the image of our Father. We too are made of three. We have a body, a
Hmm.
soul, and a spirit. And now I recognize what they were saying in April of 2020. I got hit with it. Mujiji helped me to become awakened most effectively at that time. And the way he spoke, he related what I learned in the Bible to what I now know feels to be a more realistic clarity, which is that the spirit is the energy that enlivens the body. That's what that is. We call it a spirit. It's what makes us get up, that energy
Life
that flows
energy?
through us.
That's the
Yes,
light.
that
The light.
life force, the God
Yeah.
energy.
It's the
Yes.
only. That's the only thing that can get through the firmament is the light.
Well, I'm thinking what you're describing there is human perseverance and their strongest of will. It's your willpower, that divine strength that comes with it, would be what I would interpret as spirit.
I,
You get
I,
spirit
I,
when you're overcoming something.
I disagree.
Really?
I know exactly what she's talking about because I feel it. You know what I mean? She was talking about these energies. Now, Dom, you can remember this. You remember when I used to say I was pulsating with the energy? It was like electric current was flowing through my body. It was crazy, craziest shit I ever felt in my life. But I'm learning. Well, the physical me was learning about these energies. Okay, and now I'm way off kilter, but I identify them now too, and I feel them, and like it's really strange, hard to explain, but um, vibrations are the energies I'm speaking of. So and that's how I recognize them. But I always was curious about the spirit and the soul because I thought that spirit, surely there's got to be a soul and a spirit, okay? And I know that my spirit protects the vessel, okay? Oh, I'm finding that out. I mean, that's just factual in my reality, and it guides me. Like they say,
Oh,
go with your gut. I mean, all these old sayings and words that we've heard or sayings that throughout our life. I mean, they say these things for a reason, like nothing new under the sun, all that crap, man. Um, just like uh, these vessels repair themselves. Okay, um, like every 7 years, every atom in our body dies and regenerates. But we have the ability to do other shit as well. And the things that we're talking about, me, recognizing energies and feeling them and all that. I mean, we can all do it. And it's not something taught. I don't think anybody can teach you how to do what is happening to me. But I think you as a divine being, which we all are, that are alive in the now. If I'm making any sense.
well,
Uh,
this is what. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
well, because there's some out there that we're finding out we're in this wherever the hell we're at, intelligent existence, a construct, like you say, an intelligent construct at that.
Yes.
That some would call it a matrix, but we, man, I'm forgetting what the hell I was even thinking.
Well, let me throw this at you, Lonnie. Whenever I pushed myself to the brink, I understood that the quiet me beneath the subconscious was observing. I was being fed through the subconscious and the conscious state information. And as I approached the brink of death, it was my spirit that sustained
Right,
me and kept me alive.
right. My point.
Okay. Well, I was saying the
Exactly.
same thing. It's just
Yeah.
being
Now, and while the soul does what? You know, and that's always
Well,
been my question.
it's the quiet observer beyond the conscious and the subconscious. It is
So
the
we would
true
all strongly
you.
agree that we all do have the soul and the spirit.
I would think so because that's what I experienced. I
Right.
experienced a version or um, a state of me that was eternal and observing and indifferent to the situation. And I also had the subconscious and the conscious experience, but whenever it come to the brink of being almost demised, the spirit took over and sustained the body to recover back into a state of well-being.
Yeah. So you definitely relate to what some of my story. Um, and I think it's a lot of people's uh factuals. I think it's happened with many people. They just didn't see it for what it truly was or is. You know. I don't subscribe to the we're in a hell realm or anything like that because you know I mean if you truly believe you're in a hell, then that's guess what, since you're the star in your own movie and you're a creator, then that's exactly where the fuck you're gonna be. um
Well,
if that
if I
made any sense.
can, uh, I feel as a sovereign being outside of the physical, that I'm being held hostage within a flesh encasement and a dimensional construct that I can't escape and take anything physical with me. So therefore, I watch and I see through history that everything that was condemned or everything that was a defiled abomination to the natural state of things seems to be sent to earth, thus humans too.
hmm the body is a prism, or some would call it a prison. um I'll be the first to admit I don't like being here. I don't want to be here. I, I have people here I love, but there's nothing here for me. I'm not caught up in the material shit. Yeah, I like nice things, and I like doing things like playing guitar and things like that. But I don't. I'm over what I'm witnessing and what I'm seeing and how it makes me feel and how I'm being treated. Um, I'm I've not always been a good person, but I would like to think that I'm becoming a better me, and I treat people how I want to be treated, and I know how it
Thus,
is to go without, and I feel for people, and I care.
thus, thus the difference between want and need, right?
Right. I don't need anything. All I need is a
No,
shower and food in my belly and a place to lay my head, and I'm fine with
well,
that.
that want and need. Want is things that you desire that don't sustain or aren't doesn't serve, and then need is the things that you absolutely have to have to sustain yourself. The difference
Absolutely.
between
Absolutely, and it's the wordplay that always gets me and it frustrates the shit out of me when people like using the word salad bullshit. Okay, with the does it serve you? And okay, well, I don't know. Is it coming on a platter?
do you need it or do you
Right,
want it?
right. And I learn a lot from listening to people like Dom. Dom's a wealth of information. Uh, if you know Dom, if you don't know Dom, and hear Dom talk, then you're thinking, oh, this guy's a fucking pompous asshole.
Who's
No, because he's
Dom?
direct. He's direct, and he is got like a zero tolerance for bullshit, and I respect that.
I'm not sure that I know this Dom that you're speaking of.
Well, you might meet him one day.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Well, the panel's
But
always
yeah,
open for him.
yeah, absolutely. Much love, Dom. But you know, and that's the thing, man. There's like people like Dom that I just don't get to communicate with like I used to, man, because um we say things where don't get caught up in the material world and the physical shit. And well, I'm kind of like forced into doing exactly that because of where I'm at, you know, and I've been herded throughout my whole life to live in this concrete jungle. And what I mean by that is I'm in a city. I've always been a city dweller. When I'm exactly where, and I'm saying I am exactly where and I'm talking about whoever they are that herded all of us into a crowded populace when in fact there's so much more space to be had since we're in an infinite plane and it's not crowded. It's not crowded at all.
Well, I've traveled as a nomad across the United States 5 times, back and forth, over the course of a couple of years. And the luscious open spaces that I see were magnificently without people. There was no populace. There was no housing.
My
There was
point.
nothing but just open range for miles. And then you would run into a city or a town with a gas station or whatever, and it's, a fairly decent sized community. And then once you got past that, you drove, and it was nothing but open range. And I thought, wow, this fucking place is huge, especially when you're driving across it. But you're right, there are vacant spaces, mass vacant spaces.
Yeah, it's just mind blowing, and it's just um, and it just makes you wonder that we truly how many times have we done this? You know, um, I mean, you got to think about this for a minute. We're talking about if you look back in like uh, as old as you and I are, we come from the era of black and white television. You remember the first
Yeah,
one, the first HBO box. Remember, it was a little switch and all that
yeah,
crap. Or remote control cars where they were click buttons and shit. You know what I mean? 8-track,
right?
8-track stereos. Come on, man.
Yeah.
They put us through that shit, dude. We always had the technology. They had these fuckers in horse and buggies, man. No, like
Right.
no, nothing. Um, and then they lie about fossil fuels and shit. There's no fossil fuel, man. The mother replenishes it. It's yeah, it's renewal.
Well, I
It's there.
consider it to be the blood of the earth.
It is, and it is exactly that.
I
Yes.
She
see.
gives it.
Go ahead.
I, if I could share, I was going to
Yeah.
share with you guys something. Before I do that, I want to comment on what you just said about what's here in the earth. My understanding currently of fossil fuels is that there's some truth in it because it's just us, our old bodies, the animals, the plant life.
Right.
Everything here goes back into the earth and becomes life again. From the dust I came, to the dust I shall return. It's all us here. And it's hard for people to understand that, yes, our food grows in manure, blood, bones, bone marrow, or even bone
Information.
dust is important for when you're growing plants. You go and you get bone powder,
Yeah.
bones, literal bones, and it helps your plants to grow, your vegetables to grow. Because we've become disconnected, we've been crowded into small spaces because we're easily controlled that way. But when we separate ourselves from that, because and also that negative energy is more pervasive in those environments. But when we separate ourselves from that and become more aware and reconnected, as you say, with the earth, then we realize all we are is this earth over and over again. And there's nothing to be afraid of. We've become disconnected from where our food come from as well. So we don't have to be afraid of it, but waking up from the fantasy takes some doing because it makes us insane
And it's
to
not
wake
always
up.
attractive, for sure.
That's right. It's not going to be pretty. And then if I could briefly talk about wanted to mention about um oh, I can't remember what word it was. It'll come back to me and I'll
You
come back.
will. You will. Hey, thank you for coming back, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I
Thanks for having me,
appreciate all
Ben.
my guests. Definitely
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
You guys make the channel, you guys make the show, man.
Yeah, I'm
You
sorry
guys
to
are the
ramble, everybody.
information. Yeah. I'm curious, do we still have Dean with us?
Yes. Mr. Kendall, if you're talking, you're muted.
I didn't know it was about his bedtime, whether he
Yeah,
went to sleep or not.
he might have got
But
up to do something.
yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we weren't I didn't want him to feel like we were in any way
And,
ostracizing.
real quick, that's what I was getting at too, Don, was that when I was talking earlier about living in the city and all that, was we were kind of herded to do just that, for a reason, to disconnect us from the mother.
Well,
That's go
if
ahead.
I can elaborate
Yes.
from my perspective, whenever I took out certain safety protocols and started receiving layer of information, um, that allowed me to interpret various forms of information, mathematic, visual, dimensional, all at the same time, the same state. And with humans, I seeing, I'm truly believe with my study and my research that genetics holds a great potential in what we're able to interpret, what we're able to understand, and the advancement of our being, our soul. And I think that there are a particular genetic line that is
Hmm.
capable of utilizing energy, they're capable of manifesting, they're capable of interacting with this construct in adverse ways, they're capable of receiving information that is not generally capable of being expressed through language,
And you
but can
can't
only
die.
be experienced. And there is a trans-dimensional state. These are the things that I'm barraged with from this particular conversation. And
Yeah.
the utilization of that energy into this construct is what causes the feedback of what you get from this construct. And it can be
Ugly.
molded, but still, with that, you're contained. You may have free will, which is infinite amount of possibilities, but only one choice.
Hmm.
Or out of two, either you do or you don't do. But there's unlimited amounts of possibilities of what you apply. and that's what you'll get back in this feedback loop. But to me, that's more of a confinement, because I know that my being can transcend this physical state. This is stifling. It's sluggish. It's slow, and to be able to get yourself to perceive higher states of information, you got to put your body through rigorous amounts of deprivation, fasting, meditation. It's immense. And then you got to remove all these safety protocols that are put in place in your head that tell you, no, you can't go there. And you got to remove them. And from that, I started studying the fact that we are created entities. And I wanted to know the language of creation. And I found that it was mathematic, which means that if I know this and I was able to reach that state as a human with only a divine spark, those that are governing the narrative of this particular plane of existence by construct and engineering created the city states that we've chosen to subject ourselves to, and has dished out the technology in a way that we don't get it prematurely. It'd be like handing an infant a calculator and expecting them to come up with a relevant equation of mathematics. It's just not going to happen. And I think as we progress further, and especially during the new cycle that we're under, they're going to utilize that. You know, I like Don's concept of, they're going away. I think
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
More so than going away, I think they are they're evolving to the state of present existence, and they are utilizing energies and influences that still to this day control the people that are in prison, and I do mean stuck inside their body. I'm incapable of leaving this realm.
Interesting you say that.
Go ahead, Lonnie. I will speak after.
Okay. Yeah, I said it was just interesting that he says that because it's because where I'm at, I'm succeeding to the fact that it's looking like if you're not awake, chances are you're not going to be awoken or activated. It's not in this cycle anyway. Not in the reality that I'm living in. But I mean, because I've tried to wake so many people I love, and I've done more harm than good to myself and to them. So I've learned that spirit is the only one that can do that, and so I've not tried to wake anybody else up, and I've not seen too many people wake up.
I like to call it being aware more than waking up.
Well, I like to think of it as activated.
Yeah, well, that's a good word. That's a good word. Activated, aware.
Yeah,
I think
real quick. I've only been going through this for 2.5 years. Okay, so that's a very, very short time to be at the level that I'm at, and I know a lot, and I don't know a lot. If that makes sense.
Well, you've
Yeah,
been
that makes
subjected
sense.
to something that you're discovering. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You're being subjected to something that is not of the average, and you're trying to.
And wouldn't wish it on anybody. I didn't ask for this. I
We
didn't
all
ask for
go
this.
through We all go through our
So,
own struggle.
so Don, is
And
it is it that is it that it, would you call it what some would refer to as the dark night of the soul?
yeah, I now know what that means. I know
I,
what it's pointing. I know what it's pointing at. But to be honest about my perception of it, it is what you make it. Okay.
right.
It doesn't have to be, it's as hard as we make it. If we choose to see it as a test, then it will be a test to us according to how we perceive the word test. For
Yeah.
some of us, tests are hard. I know some people who say, I never do well on tests. They have already damned themselves because then they never do well on tests. But in my world, in my reality, I'm very good at tests. I pass them most times. So when I chose, by the way, it took time for me to choose that because I had been preceded under religion heavily. And so I saw everything from a very negative perception, as if I was always the victim.
Mm,
Interesting.
I know what you mean by that, and that's why I said earlier when I was elaborating on my certain situation, and when we were explaining the three extreme differences between you, myself, and Dino, that I said I didn't refer to myself as being a targeted individual, because and to me, I'm no victim. I'm not going to be anybody's victim. As a matter of fact, watch out because I'm coming for them. Uh, and that's how I feel. I think that what you do comes back to you, and they'll soon find that out. And I'm powerful, and I know that, and I know it.
I I have a perspective on that I'd like to voice. Is
Mhm.
one, I would like to see a perpetual place of fulfillment for generations that are to come, my grandchildren, for instance. But also, with that, I have an absolute disdain for this plane of existence and existing in it. An
I feel you.
absolute disdain. But out of compassion and the desire for, my grandchildren to experience a good life, I have to take a dual standard on that. And I have to participate to that point of being a perpetuator of an environment that is productive for my grandchildren and their children and their children. But yet I have such a disdain for this place and being here that it's a complete paradox
I,
within
I
within
feel you,
myself.
man. You sound like me.
I appreciate the concept of being a conscious being and experiencing this plane of existence, but it's not something that I would want to,
Do
not
again.
something I'd want to perpetuate for myself. Me. But that's not saying that other people don't enjoy this place.
Yeah, I'm sure
You
there
know,
are people that do, but we've not had it
it,
easy, man.
well, yeah, that's and a lot of that was brought on by our own actions and our own intent.
Hmm.
And
And a lot of it wasn't.
yeah, a lot of it was subjected. Um,
Programming.
you know,
Yep.
yeah, and
Yep.
we became aware of that. And I think that once you become fully aware of the fact that you're living in a semi state of being solidified, you are semi reality, you are semi real, and you become disgusted with the fact that you are in a construct, semi real, and you can only interact to a degree, and you can't leave, you can't escape. And that's where I think the disdain comes from, because there's a much more productive state of being that I can, I guess, interpret, understand, or visualize, that I would rather occupy that space than this space. And pulling that type of imagery into this plane of existence would be completely incompatible. So the only way that I can experience that is to leave the body behind and go to these particular states and particular planes of existence and experience them without the body. But when I'm there, I realize that the body is semi. Um, it's not. It's not solidified. It's sub divine. If you can catch what I'm saying there, divine being solidified means it can transcend in a physical state its being, what it is, and it can transverse planes, dimensions, and there are no restraints put upon it. Whereas being in a human form, the only way those planes can be experienced is without the body. So I consider us to be semi solidified. We've lost hell. Shit. Pay attention.
I'm back. My phone did something very interesting, Lonnie, as I was talking about that, going into that deep topic. My phone literally shut itself off for no reason.
Yeah, I've been having weird glitches on my end, but I think it's the nature of our conversation.
hmm It can be the system may. Well, I don't want to pretend that I haven't experienced it before and witnessed it. So there are some um, programs running that will interfere with the stream. So, but if I could just finish what I was getting at, which is that from that position of a victim, it is very easy for you to be manipulated because you are always triggered. You're always sensitive to different things happening, and it's happening to you, and it's the whole story. Oh gosh, we love stories, and you become a part of it, and it's hard to get detached from it. But what I wanted to get at is that can you see additionally, Lonnie, at this point, that your soul is being taught to see what's happening and don't let that happening take you over? Because if they have the gall, the guts to come after you, can you still have peace at the same time? Real peace? Can you imbue your human form with peace of mind? Can your true self, soul, stay in control of your vessel, or will they take it over? That's the point I was making. Is
Lonnie, are you
that
still with us?
it looks like he got booted too. Yes, but that's the
Uh,
point that I was making. Because if we can stay in control of ourselves, In other words, don't allow what they are pushing to make us make choices outside of ourselves, to put our being, as you were saying this earlier. I loved when you said that, Axis, about your being. Your being can remain unchanged. There's a song that I now understand what it means from my old days of being in the church, Christianity. I shall not be moved is referring to your true being unmoved by the goings on in this world. It's being in the world and not of it to its truest self, which is to be here and remain unaffected by the world. Is it possible? I think it is. And I think it's what Lonnie's pointing at is that he's on the journey to learn that now. I hope he'll come back soon so we can know.
I just dropped a link for him, and it wouldn't allow me to get to add guests. But I figure that's part of the price you pay for being on this platform. Um, yeah, I when I took an inward journey of self-discovery that went beyond when I was in the desert because I wanted to achieve that visionary state and perception of higher states of, I don't want to say higher, broader states of understanding and perception. Um, it was the physical acts that I took that actually brought me to the understanding that I'm at now. And that endeavor, I imagine, was one that was probably the process used in some of the ancient, um, I guess, mystery schools or the shaman type thing. But I'm nobody. I'm definitely not anybody's guru or anything of that nature. No, no one to idolize, worship, follow, heed to. I'm not your hero. That's not my point. I just an exchange of information. But reaching those states, I was able to understand and see uh, the more profound states of energy that envelop our reality here, and the hyperdimensional geometry and the quantum geometry to this plane of existence. And that's whenever I truly found a disdain for the human body and the way that it is because of its limited ability to interact and the fact that we are given a limited state of free will and that we can only interact with all potentials and possibilities to a degree physically and some, well, even, mentally. Um, there are almost like barriers that we aren't able to cross physically and mentally, and that confinement there is where I wasn't able to surpass, and that was the downside of learning what I learned and doing what I did. The upside is that I can read and see the language of creation now, and it is all mathematics, hyperdimensional, unseen mathematics at work, and there are other energies and entities that are layered and planed in with us, just out of spectrum perception. I thought did we get Lonnie
Exactly.
back?
Yeah, he dropped again.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, well, it was happening to me too. And We were having a storm here, and some of the effects Dom mentioned sun flares or solar flares earlier. The effect of these solar flares or um, energies that's hitting or bombarding the planet can make us have these glitches too. But um, Lonnie's back. I'm going to be quiet.
Are you with us, Lonnie?
Oh, he dropped again.
Damn.
Yup, something's happening on his side. But back to what you're saying, Axis, yes. And as many, as your awakening came and it manifested for you in the way that you experienced it, everyone's journey is different. And no
Yes.
matter how we try to force it to be different than that, it's going to be exactly that. Why? Because that's how we live today. And when you get to the point where you start seeing this magnificent truth, which is that everything that is happening today, we created it. And it was not necessarily forced on us. When you start to see that, that messes with you real bad, because then you see how you thought you could only see a small portion of reality. And even now, you still only see a small portion of it because you are still awakening and I would say deprogramming from what you were previously told. That is it. They controlled the information we received and we created everything else from that, including the problems that we have in our realities. We chose things that would naturally create the opposite. Because I remember being told as a child, everything has all energies have an equal and no, all actions have an equal and opposite reaction. All actions in energy. I learned this in science. And when you think of it that way, that means that everything you do, something happens. This is the butterfly effect. Something
Right.
happens that you're not necessarily expecting. And all we have to do is become aware of it, which will remove the power from these forces, these people who have artificial power over us, because all they did was give us limited choices and we accepted that. But we have endless choices. We don't have to be restricted to what they say. All we have to do is accept some truths, which is that we create things that we don't intend.
They're not
Yeah.
creative.
The cause and effect factor.
Yes.
Are you with us now, Lonnie?
I am. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. No
I don't
idea.
know. There's some weird stuff happening on my end too. So maybe we're invoking the attention of the powers that be. I don't know. But
Well,
yeah,
whatever it is, I'm back. I don't like giving too
cool.
much of my energy, even though it's abundant and endless, but I'm stingy.
That's an interesting statement because being infinite and of infinite mind is a state that I'm not sure that many can even perceive and conceive of that state of being infinite. But
There is
whenever
a
you
song. Sorry
go
about
ahead,
that. I was gonna say there is a song by someone many of us know, John Lennon.
Love John
It's
Lennon.
called Imagine. He was trying to give us a message because we are very small-minded. And this is what I was pointing at earlier. This is a example of what we do to ourselves literally every day. We don't mean to do it. It's just because we're dumb, right? We're still waking up to what we do. But he
Thumb
was trying
down.
to tell us to, I'm sorry,
Thumb down.
dumb down. That's a good way to say it.
We're not dumb.
we're not intentionally dumbed down, but that's how we were born into it. But can we rise out of it? I think we can. And what I want to say is that he was saying, imagine this. It's not hard to do it. And at the end, he said that there are many of us, and I hope someday you'll join us. So let me just say that I have been made aware that there is the majority of the population on this planet. We have already went over the threshold of 50% of the collective consciousness is aware of spirituality in the way that we're talking about it right now. We're still talking about it in different languages, which causes us to believe that we are divided, that we don't agree. But if we stop attaching to a particular word, guess what we discover? They're talking about the same thing, just using different words. And that is how we're being manipulated.
That's that you're absolutely right on that language.
I'm going to agree with that.
I found that through symbology, you're broadening your ability to communicate. Through transmission of imagery, you're able to communicate much more effectively than with language. And through an expression, you're able to communicate beyond the realm of language. And with mathematics, that is the underlying source for all languages. So if you can understand that, then you universally can communicate.
What happened? You cut off. Access. We can't hear you, brother.
I'm here. I'm with you.
Okay. Break that down in layman's terms for the people that don't know what the hell you just said.
Okay. We use language, which is a singular vibration that we're sending out, and it's orally through the vocal cord, and that is limited to into the interpretation of that language. But if you use symbology, art, imagery, or expression, you broaden what you are trying to express in a much more a more broadened perspective of the language. It ain't even language. It's an ideal. It's a concept. It's a story. It's everything spoken to you at one time through symbology, art, expression, and imagery, using images. It says more than what the human language is capable of expressing at one time.
So what comes to mind when you say this to me is the symbology and like things around us, like the McDonald's sign, the golden arches, but shit like that, shit that we don't see it for what it truly is.
Yeah, the golden arches, when we see it, we think of all the varieties of food that is available because we see the golden arches.
But they truly
And that
mean,
immediately, and they're not saying a word, but yet in your head, you're imagining all types of edible food and an awareness of that establishment and what it's like inside and your experiences with it.
yeah.
So it's saying more than just this is McDonald's. It's saying much broader. And I think when I use art or I create an image, there's more being said than just what the language is available to us. It's expressing a whole concept in one image, whereas you can't do that with words. And the interpretation of words is singular to the individual, but yet it's governed by a mathematics, an underlying mathematics. Every language is. And if you understand that mathematics, then you understand the binary concept of language and how it is uniform across all languages. But to break that barrier, you have to use expression, symbology, and imagery, such as a skull and crossbones. You know, if you see the skull and crossbones, there's a certain state of mind that you'll take on.
Yeah, you wouldn't go drink a bottle of water that's got some skull and crossbones on it, would you?
No, and it's universally understood. You don't have to speak the language to know what the skull and crossbones mean.
Right.
Whereas you can't express that broad enough in words for people to comprehend it across every language because there's a barrier there.
I agree. Um, there's a lot for one to learn once you open yourself up, that the fact that what you think you know, you don't know. And anything that you do know, you might as well forget it and learn shit all over again, because you've been taught all the wrong shit. And you truly don't know anything.
Well, they try and engineer things that way. That's to keep the narrative going. But even you, Lonnie, whenever you write a song and you're playing music, you're expressing a concept, a form, and a communication that transcends language. Would you not say so?
I think music is a universal language, yes.
And whenever you play, people can feel the energy of what you're playing, whether it's a ballad or a heavy guitar riff from a metal place, or they can interpret that. They can feel that energy from that. And it's a broad spectrum, but you can't do that with words. You can do it with math, but that requires you understanding the equation.
Right. Yeah, I have to agree on that, because I'm a lyricist as well as a musician. A long time before I even knew I was a lyricist, I thought, I was just writing down my thoughts. And I truly just wrote to just get it out of my head. But I started, every time I had a thought that I thought was a good idea, I'd write it down. So I always had a piece of paper with me, and I'd take a bunch of these little pieces of paper and I'd put them together. I'd write that stuff down. I just lost like 20-something years of that. Irreplaceable.
Have you studied hyperdimensional geometry?
No, but I watched Phil do some hyper movements.
I'm sorry? I didn't catch that.
I said no, but I watched Phil do what we called hyper movement.
Well, hyperdimensional geometry or quantum geometry is the geometry that you can't see, that is an actual movement and motion in the waking state. It's just not able to be perceived by our senses, but it is present. And it is one of the underlying forces that allows the constant to perpetuate itself. And it's also a mathematics. So if you get a chance to study this, you will understand the underlying mathematical equations beyond binary that govern this plane of existence. And that's another type of language.
Access, did you know we're all healers?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. We can work, everyone can work with energy.
Just like
It's
this.
just,
As simple as that.
yeah, it's just that some people choose to work with and are aware of energy, and others are just not in the circle. They're not in the loop, we'll call it, of understanding what energy is capable of doing
Yeah, but
because they're
you gotta be
material.
careful. You gotta be careful, man, because you'll take on others' energy.
What, you think?
Well, I did, and I had no idea. It was as simple as me touching the small of this guy's back in rehab, man. You know, and I, I guess I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just trying to say, hey, man, if you stand like this, your back will feel a lot better. And then he come at me, a day later talking about, hey, do you remember when you did this? And I'm like, yeah, I remember talking to you. He goes, well, this happened and this ain't happening now. And so then I went and did a couple experiments, man. And in fact, I was finding out that was the case and how you do it. And then I had found out that that there were some old articles I found where they had actually shown an individual standing back, and he was demonstrating how he was doing this energy healing through using the biofield, I guess, the toroidal field. I mean, because that's what we are. Every one of us has it. So we're just that constant flow of energy. And I knew at an early age that I was much different than I, had thought previously. And I remember going to the dryer and getting clothes out of the dryer from my mother when I was like 5 or 6, and I got that shock from the clothing. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
And mom told me that hey, that was static electricity. Okay. Well, then my mind started going. I was a little boy, and I'm like, well, then I'm electric. And we find out that we truly are electric.
Yeah.
And energy, it just doesn't die.
We are technically mud bags with an electrical charge that has a sentient type of consciousness.
Somebody told me, they said, Lonnie, you have more power in your heart than the sun. Well, I kind of believe that. And I really do, man. And I think we all have that power, So,
well,
collectively,
some of us are aware of it, and there's a majority that are not.
There's days I feel completely invincible, man. I mean, I feel so powerful, and then there's those days that I don't feel so powerful. You know what I mean? I wish I could feel the one way and not the other ever, but it's not the case. I'm still stuck in this reality, and I say stuck because I'm stuck.
Well, you got to take, if you're gonna experience the pleasantries of this plane of existence, then expect for the equal amount of resistance.
Well, there ain't so much more pleasantries now. Now, so it's more work than anything, because I don't get a whole lot of. This is about the pleasantries I get, dude. This is my day off. I don't do weekends any longer. I'm not going to do weekends. I'm still healing. I shouldn't even be at work, but I am because I'm needed. And I make half the wages I used to make, Axis. So I'm clearly being taken advantage of at work. Okay, so, and I know that, and they know I know that. And everybody asks me why I just don't move on, and it's simple, man. I love my brother, and I do it for my brother. And it's the owners of his company that are doing the manipulation and are complicit in what's happening with me, and I know they are. And
Okay.
and you know what they say about your enemies, and they know that I know they
Well,
are.
I
Yeah.
was fortunate enough to be able to live as a hedon. You know, I was able to tour. I oversexed, overstimulated with drugs and alcohol
Me
to
too.
the point of just absolute debauchery and hedonism and
Not
the
very good people.
adrenaline and money, you know. And now in my present state, I'm seeing as I recall and recognize the debauchery and the hedonism and what I got from that and the pleasantries, I'm now experiencing the resistance of that, the effects in the opposite direction.
And living in this consequential realm,
Yes,
because
yes,
we live
and that's
in a realm of consequences, real
yes,
world, real consequence.
absolutely.
And that's a fact, Jack. Uh, and like what I was saying before, be careful what you wish for
Mhm.
one, and two is you better start treating people how you want to be treated, and know that you're going to get it back more than what you think. And
Absolutely.
it might not be instant, but you better guarantee one thing: it's coming, whether you like it or not. So watch what you do and change the way you think and the way you're doing shit. Because if you know right from wrong and you know it's wrong, then don't fucking do it. Period.
Unless you want to suffer the
Don't want to be like
resistance
me.
of that energy that you
Yeah,
put forth.
because everything
Um,
that's happening is I caused it. I created it, and I'm paying the price, and I can live with that.
yeah,
Uh,
because when I was deep into summoning and I was deep into the adversarial state of being, I would do things to avert the consequences, and then there were certain things that I would do and kind of accept the consequences of the action, but appreciating the action because I got the effect that I wanted by utilizing that particular energy. But now I know better because that's infringement.
I get what you're saying. I truly
You know,
do.
you the minute you infringe on somebody else's reality with your intent, you're violating them.
Welcome, Dawn. Come back.
Thank you.
this
But
is
good talk.
this has
Good.
been
I like the way
crazy.
we get bouncing. But I like the way the topic, the flow is going. Access, good job. The conversations are just flowing from topic to topic very nicely, all staying within how you started it, I think, right?
Sure, this has been wonderful. I'm content, and I think that you guys have made this a an extremely wonderful endeavor. Absolutely.
By us interacting this way and allowing others to observe, hear us, it shows other people a way of waking themselves up as well and allowing themselves to deprogram and also to allow others to see us being vulnerable. We don't know everything. We're still trying to figure it out. We're learning from each other just talking like this. And I've learned that what I see with my physical eye at this time is not always what's reality because uh, everything is relative. So what I see before me is related to some words that have a meaning to me. And so it skews my perception. But we don't have to be trapped in the perception deception. That's a big one that I had to learn about the perception deception, that we can all be looking at the same thing and have three different experiences from that. That's amazing.
I relate it to the three blind men trying to describe an elephant, and one is touching the tail, one is touching the leg, and one is touching the tusk. You know, and it could be diversified into one touching the trunk and one touching the torso. They're all going to have a different description of that animal, which is the elephant, because they're only experiencing a fraction of what that animal is, and their
Drop the
handicap
mic.
of being blind. They're just not able to see it yet. But if they was to move
Amen.
their hand across the whole of it and learn the whole of it, then they would understand that there's more to it than what they're momentarily perceiving.
And it's brilliant. I mean, the way you described it is brilliant. It's exactly what we're doing right now. And then you have people who are probably blind as well, who are not even touching the damn elephant. Not even touching
Right.
it. And they're yelling at you, "Don't do that. Don't go down there. It's too scary." Someone else I know went down there and they never came back. I mean, that's how this life is. A bunch of fear mongers who don't know themselves, who don't want you to go without them. Don't get out of this hole without me. And therefore, if you don't keep going down this elephant and you stop in one place, that's all there is. No one's ever gone beyond here, so we better not. But then
Kind
there's
of
the
like the
one. Mhm.
kind of like the allegory of the cave, where
Yes.
they just observe the shadows of those who are truly living.
Yes. It's all talking about the same thing, just
Yes.
using different words.
Yeah, and it's perception. Um, and there's higher states of perception because there are things that are unseen that are in motion helping to perpetuate this reality. But you got to learn the equations and the language, and it happens to be math. So I think that whatever created us and created this construct used the the language of mathematics as its base structure. And I'm not talking just general mathematics. We are quantum state by our mind. We are capable of quantum states of thought, but we live in a binary system, which is just ones and zeros. And the whole construct is built on dimensional equations, which are mathematics. And whenever you can see beyond the generalized mathematics of what's in front of you, physically and tangibly, and be able to read and understand that there's mathematics beyond what you see, then you start to understand the language of creation. I don't know if you went that far or not. That requires a deep
Yes.
understanding of quantum mathematics and theorem and equations and all encompassing equations with the divine equation, and how everything is built off of a system of mathematics, kind of like putting Legos together. This this construct that we live in has an equation to it, and everything in it has an equation to it, and the underlying principle that allows it to perpetuate, and the cycles that we go through are all governed by a mathematical equation.
Hey, real quick, Axis. I'm gonna have to go here shortly because I have a lot of stuff I need to get done. Like go get my pedals, and I'm gonna go spend the night at a hotel with my girlfriend somewhere.
All
Travel.
right, hey Lonnie, sometime or another, man, if you can, we can get together. I've got a studio here. I record music out of my studio, and you're welcome anytime, brother. I'd love
Yeah,
to get with
yeah,
you
man.
and jam.
When I purchase my my half stack soon, yeah, absolutely.
Sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely. I'm gonna buy a new acoustic too, man. So yeah, I'm definitely wanting to collaborate for sure.
Yeah. Um, I it's been great having you, Lonnie, and I appreciate you participating.
Always,
Closing
man. Yeah.
statements, last words.
Uh,
You know.
no, I just this. If it weren't for the exchange of information, we wouldn't grow. Okay, and without that exchange of information, I wouldn't be here right now. I know that. I feel that in my heart. Um, and I thank each and every one of you, Dom, Axis, Don, all of you, fools, everybody. You are all complicit in sharing that information with me, and I really do appreciate it. And I've got a long way to go, but uh, I'm thankful when I've not always been so deserving in my past. I wasn't always a good person, man. I just and
I got you.
it bothers me, and I'm still,
Well,
and it's damaged me in ways that I can't possibly imagine. Like I don't know how to reciprocate love, and I don't know how to show affection. I'm fucked up, man. Um, and I got to deal with that because I've
the
got
first
the love
step
in
in
my
that
life. I
is
don't know how to show her the love that she deserves.
the first step of that is realizing that you're um, not developed there. And once you realize you're not developed in something, that allows you the possibility to develop it. And I think that you've got the skills to do it, Lonnie. I really do.
Well, if I don't, I know that I had them. Because I know what I am. Um, and that's the key, man, is knowing that we're so much more, and quit thinking that that you're this whatever society's put on you, this label, this damaged bipolar uh drug addict, alcoholic, womanizer, or whatever, whatever the case may be. Quit going with the labels. I think the labels are a limitation, and I think once that you limit yourself, then you can no longer be limitless.
Right. And limitless is all possibility and it's delivered to you. You just got to choose it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give up all your restraints, your safety protocols, your stigmatas, your prejudices, um, your superstitions, and endeavor to venture where you have yet to go.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and go. And much love and thank you, Don and Dean Kendall. I know that you're here in
in the
Great
metaverse.
meeting you, Great meeting you, Lonnie. Good
We've
luck
spoken.
today.
We've spoken before.
I think I remember your voice.
Yeah, but it's been a pleasure. And Dom, much love. Divine Spirit, fools. Anybody else I'm forgetting? Have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon. I'm going to be listening.
All
By the
love,
way.
Lonnie. All
I got
love.
your number too, by the way. So just you got mine, man. Same number. Just give me a
Yes.
call anytime, brother.
Sounds good, man. And all love to you, Lonnie. Thank you for being a guest.
Thank you again, man. Have a great day.
Not a problem. You too. Okay. So, do you have before I bring this to a close, um, any last expressions? I would like to hear what expressions you have that you can deliver to anyone who happens to stumble across this stream and happens to hear our words.
Yeah, I want to share that today. Dean and I had an interaction with each other that I think was actually great to have experienced, but also for others to see and experience because that's exactly what happens in our lives all the time. We misunderstand each other and the way out of it. So we got, and of course, we're seeing this on a very small scale, but everything in this realm is a microcosm of a macrocosm anyway. So we can always point at things as an example to show ourselves how to get out of situations because all things are possible. We just have to choose it. So I haven't been able to see you and talk to you for a while. I'm glad I got a chance to talk to you, Access, and to meet new people today. And I hope I get to see you again soon. Thanks so much for doing this for us.
You are absolutely more than welcome here. Your presence is greatly appreciated. Your insight, much appreciated. Um, Anytime that I'm alive, you know that you're welcomed on my panel. You're welcome in this platform, and we do appreciate your insight, your input, and your wisdom. Don, thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome, brother. Enjoy your weekend. Bye, everyone.
You too. Thank you. Okay. Um, I'd like to thank all my guests. They've been expressive. They've been wonderful. This has been a really great experience sharing information with my fellow beings. Um, all appreciation to the chat and everybody that's participated, showed up, and you guys make everything relative and the experience and the endeavor worthwhile. And I really enjoy the fact that there's a level of communication going on outside of what we're doing up here on the panel. It adds an extra dimension, and your participation in that is greatly appreciated. So I want to say all love to the chat. You guys are great. I appreciate you being here, and man, this has just been a really good stream. I hope that others enjoy it as much as I do and have. And to those in the future that run across this, all love to you, and all love to my chat, my guests, and the metaverse. I suppose this is Access Out. Thank you.